Hello, you guys. Listen, good afternoon. I had to have a break, an interruption, right? I had to put a pause to my goddamn work day, okay? Because I went to the doctors, they gave me a prednisone tape, but that's exactly what I thought they was gonna do. Every now and then they just want you to come in, even though that's what they normally do. Normally they would just call me in a prednisone taper, but I haven't had to have one in so long that she just wanted me to come in, see my face, and be confident that this would help. I got a script to get an X-ray just in case this knee don't let up in a couple of days. So that's the plan. But I decided I'm gonna take some PTO for the rest of the day. Because I was gonna just jump online and work, but I rarely take PTO, and I was on a little bit earlier this morning, so I only got to take about 4 hours, which is nowhere near an dent of what I have available. But I wanted to come to y'all because Carlissa is live, y'all, and Carlissa is speaking on that mic, okay? And this is the part that I love about Carlissa. Now, even though I don't agree with everything she's saying, I only listen to a portion of it. So some of it I'm going to be listening to it with you guys, right? But even though I don't agree with everything she's saying and how she's arranging this, she's getting it. She's getting to the point of frustration, okay? And this is what I'm talking about. Focus on the kids. Focus on the kids. Grandma is about to focus on the kids. And you want to know why she about to focus on the kids? Because her birthday is about to be in a couple of days. And her daddy is at her house. And I am pretty sure that her daddy gave her a good scolding about that boy that she done raised over there. And so Carlissa is hot on the mic right now. And she is spitting some fire on the mic. She's laying down truth to what those numbers is doing and not doing. She's laying down to what her child is doing to his other kids and for the sake of content. Listen, because we gonna play it. I got it. Yeah, that's right, Miller. That's right. Listen, this the Carlissa I like. Okay. Now I don't agree with everything she's saying and how she's and this is why I like her. And this is why I tell people there is nobody that I dislike permanently. While everybody else can make statements, y'all know JoJo, he love to say this. It's no such thing as permanent enemies. It's a thing, it's permanent interest, right? I look at this. I don't have any enemies because I am about interest, right? And the kids are my interest. The whole thing that got me coming out here talking to my friends on the mic and a couple of people who come over here and enjoy listening to my perspective is about the kids, right? Because everybody keeps talking about the entertainment. Y'all heard me say I think it was last night, my parents taught me something very valuable. You are not nobody's entertainment. Meaning you don't stick around when somebody is trying to treat you like you their entertainment. You can entertain. We taught you how to do that. You got the etiquette to do that. But you're nobody's entertainment, right? And so this is something that obviously a lesson that Blueface and all the people that he's getting around him have not been taught. They don't know. They believe that they are somebody's entertainment. And that's why all this buffoonery ass shit is going on, right? You might get a cussing or two out from me. But after that, that's it. Because guess what? I am not your subject. I'm not your subject to dissect, right? And so my whole interest in this story is the kids. What is happening to the kids? And y'all heard me say that the reason why I focus on that and that is important is because a lot of these adults that have matured into adulthood, you cannot alter some of their ways. But if you alter your life as an adult to make it better for the kids that you are responsible for, it can make a greater impact in the world. I compared what we are looking at with Donald Trump, how his raising and steering, despite him having so much economical means, how it made him look at the devastation that he is causing on the world, the raising of prices, the killing of children all around the globe. Like, I'm not saying that he's solely responsible for this. What I'm saying is that he has elevated this shit almost to the 10th power. And people who want to deny that, they are in delusion, right? And so sometimes you want to make sure that the person that is in power, that they got good temperament, that they got good skills to make good judgments, good decisions, right? We are are dealing with a person right now that does not have that. And he comes from a result of what? Wealth. Something that people are saying, oh, nobody should be worried about what's going on with those kids over there because they are well taken care of. They got all the economical means that they need. No, when I posted that video this morning of Jaden and Javon, I did that for a reason. And I don't know whether or not it was the spirit of the Lord in this place that somehow jumped over and resonated to the spirit of the Lord inside of Carlissa on today. But let me tell you, I said a prayer for that little boy. Jaden was on the camera making food for Javon and Journey, right? But she was also doing her streaming, right? And I've noticed this. I noticed this out the videos. The clip was about something totally different. It was talking about something completely different, right? But I noticed that she had to say to Javon, what? The camera is not on you. It's okay. I noticed that subtle little thing. That means that some kind of conversation has taken place and something is bothering Javon. And that bothered my spirit. I'm going to tell you, that bothered my spirit on today. Other people might don't give a damn because other people, their spirit might not be that sensitive to that, right? But when I saw that, I posted that video for a reason. Something is bothering Javon. He don't even want to be on Javon never been big about wanting to be on the camera, but she had to reinforce to him in that video, what? The camera's not on you. It's okay. That wasn't even the purpose of the video for her to show that. It just happened true in the moment. And I seen it. And let me tell you something. When I seen it, boy, I prayed for that little boy. I'm telling you. Because see, that's what I try to tell people. Like, your advocacy is bigger than what you think, right? You don't have to be... listen, I was already emotional this morning because of the Carmelo Anthony, right? And the Judge Roach has recused himself. Judge Roach has recused himself from this new trial bid, right? And so that brought me great joy. It is on the day of Nolan Wells' birthday. And y'all know when I only have done maybe like 1 or 2 videos on Nolan Wells because I'm waiting for the dust to settle. It's too much commotion going on. I don't want to speak on something that I'm uncertain and unsure of, right? Because I want to be responsible when it comes to all kids. And I'm even talking about those white kids, right? And so I want to give them a fair opportunity, a fair shake. It's too much commotion. It looks suspicious. It looks weird. Something looks wrong. I know whatever's happening, that the way that this investigation is unfolding is wrong. And I know that that comes from the history that this country has with how it treats investigations surrounding the death of Black boys versus how it treats investigations surrounding the death of white boys. And we have 2 things looking at us in our face today. The death of Nolan Wells and the death of Nolan Wells and the recusal of the judge on the Carmelo Anthony case. And let me tell you something. The Lord is in perfect alignment today. And that's why I feel like from my heart to Carlissa's heart and mouth, she is bleeding them today. Now, she's letting them know this is light work. She ain't even going all the way in, but she's ready to go in. Okay, that she's ready to be battle tested when it comes to her grandkids. Okay, and what you not gonna do is do all of this bullshit with Wack is doing, pumping up all the bullshit, throwing all of this shade on the Krishan Jr. Now Carlissa is giving some blanket statements. You're not gonna throw, oh, the baby is perfect. What's that for, Wack? Why are you saying that? The baby is perfect. Everything is all here. The health is all there. What are you saying? That's what I told you. He's a disgusting ass human too, okay? Y'all already know how I feel about that, right? All for the sake of, this is a content baby that they had. And I don't even like that. That's exploitation. Y'all know, y'all have heard me get on here and say good things, praising the veil, wanting her to get up out this situation, not feeling terrible that she's even allowing herself to deal with this situation. But Carlissa is standing up as a grandma in this moment and say, Not gonna happen. Not on my watch. You're not gonna have my grandson and my granddaughter over there feeling like this. You're not gonna have this ninja getting up on the camera, even though Carlissa has taken attacks when it comes to Krishan, and some people don't like the way she's talked about Krishan Jr. You're not gonna have. I'm not gonna have you having nobody doing that. You're not gonna be up on this camera, right? Doing all of this shit with this girl when you got this other girl that is pregnant with your baby and it's no acknowledgement and she's sitting there okay with all the shit. What makes that situation any better, right? And so Carlissa is in full grandma mode today, okay? And I'm telling you, that video with Javon disturbed my soul today for that one little thing that he didn't even want to be seen on camera to come get his food. Jaden had to reassure him, you're not on the camera. They can't see you. It's okay. That's when they're not on the camera, they can't see you. It's okay. To me, that lets me know there was some other conversation. Some other conversation that's not on the camera that we not privy to. These are signs and things that people should be able to see when you see signs and symbols, right? So let's take a listen to Carlissa. My God on today.
Inception day.
Okay, it's about I started at this point, 1st. You guys.
Let's see what it is
because,
today.
But it's about to come on. She's about to come on. This is D-Banger 2.0. Go subscribe to his channel, you guys.
And then I was drinking December 12th. How the fuck was I gonna be pregnant? That was fucked up.
This is just them playing something in the interim because they were playing the Vegas Live. The Vegas Live had cut out, and then so they were waiting to see if it come back. So Banger pulled up something. But here goes Carlissa. Let's listen, y'all.
We've all had our times. Well, not like this, but we've all had our times that we had something. So I've accepted what everybody has said about me. And that's all of them, whether it was Jaden or John, Callie, Dre, Nevaeh. I've accepted all of their opinions of me, and they spoke their mind. I'm going to speak.
Hey, welcome in, Juju.
So if they call me bitches and hoes, and you had 3 baby daddies, and you a liar, then whenever you doing your details and your duties, I'm going to express how I feel about those. Okay. Let's start there.
All right, I got to stop right there. Because that's the first point I agree with her on. When it comes to dealing with your adult children and your adult children pointing out what you're doing wrong, right? Now, this is a foundation where I feel like that she should lay whenever she's giving an opinion, right? Because and one that makes sense, right? One that's not excusing his behavior. Now, she is going to make some concessions for his behavior, and he is still. That's why I said I don't agree totally. She ain't all the way there yet. Right, but she is more the way. This is the Carlissa I like when I see this one, right? So this is what I agree. If your adult kids have an issue with something you did with them as a child, and you attempt to rectify and say, okay, what can I do? Because I can't go back and change that, right? What do you need me to do? What is it that you want me to do to help you to overcome that, right? What you don't do is the adult kid. Which I was try to be very cognizant with my parents that I did not do. What you don't do as the adult kid is then repeat it with your kids. Because then you let me know you full of shit. Because if you recognize the error, why are you repeating the error? Knowing that it's going to then one day be thrown back on you. That one day you're going to be in the hot seat. So let's all learn from this situation and try to figure out how do you fix the error so that your kids don't got to come to you and have this same conversation. So let's break this pattern, right? So that's what I agree with, because other than that, you full of shit. Like you just saying it to try to get or manipulate me in a situation at this point. You're not really saying it because you want to do something to correct it, to fix it, to come up with a solution. You saying it because you're not getting your way with me. So that's why you bringing it up. Because if it was so important to you, if it had caused so much trauma to you, you would not want to cause that trauma to your kids. And you would be trying to help me help you to get the help you need so that you don't do that. to someone else. So yeah, this my call list right here. Let's watch
this message, and y'all might know whenever I say something that's worthy to be screen recorded, I'm gonna go like this. That means get ready to screen record, because I'm finna say some serious shit or some fucked up shit or whatever the shit need to be shit. Okay. I always like to start the story from the beginning of my thoughts. Why, Jonathan, are you doing all of these things for prostitutes and then being mad at other people for having prostitute behaviors? I'm not understanding the good treatment or the bad treatment or the this treatment or the that treatment to anyone when you're surrounded by a bunch of fuckery. Okay, let's start there. So when I say that, my question is, why do you feel that it is right now? I know you're probably upset, you're hurt, but it's been 30 days since you found out that your baby mama fucked your best friend, right? You should be calm in your spirit right now. You should have accepted the terms and the conditions and be okay with that. All of these women are equal across the board now. All of them are. Why are you trying to demonstrate what an amazing hospital partner or anything that you're doing for someone? And this is no knock to Nevaeh. I waited until the baby was here to let all this out. I let her have her moment yesterday. I appreciated the moment. It was very serene to be able to sit here and relax, knowing that the baby is coming and everybody is in good spirits. I appreciated that. I appreciated her allowing him to be there. I appreciated her allowing other people to be there. I appreciated the whole magical moment. I did. My grandchild came into the world in a very happy, magical moment. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jesus. I'm not offended by anybody saying that they the grandma or the godmom. I'm the Black Kris Jenner, so the more the merrier. I'm encouraging people, like I've always encouraged people, to come out and help support all my grandkids, all my kids, not just when they making money or when the numbers are high, but even when the numbers are low.
So let me stop right there, you guys. The reason that Carlissa is saying that is because when the nurse asked R&B, was she the grandma? R&B said, I'm the, so she said, are you the grandma or the godma? Because I guess she didn't understand what they may have said to her, the nurse, right? R&B said, because R&B was there. You saw Wack was there, right? Wack got the bag, the little sticker on. He didn't leak the goddamn hospital they in. This nigga can't execute shit for nothing. I mean, it fucked up the Keefe D bond hearing. You didn't, because you got the sticker and shit on your shirt, you on the camera, you didn't release the hospital they in. I mean, just can't get shit right. I mean, goddamn, right? So, but R&B was in the room, in the labor and delivery room, right? And so the nurse said, oh, are you did you say the grandma or the godma? R&B said, I'm the grandma and the godma, right? And so that's what Carlissa is addressing, because they did start flooding Carlissa, and people was like, oh, Carlissa's going to be so upset when she hears this, right? And so she's addressing that. Like, no, I don't feel no kind of way. Now, in all actuality, you're going to see she do feel some type of way that was allowed to be said, but nonetheless, she acting like she don't feel no kind of way, y'all.
That's when I know you for real. So when I say, Jonathan, you're surrounded by a bunch of fuckery, I'm okay with that because it's making sense. It's making dollars. If it makes dollars, it makes sense. Okay. I'm okay with that. And I understand that. But what we're not going to do is allow these people to get on here and disrespect other people or think that they doing something when they not. Because we know when somebody's doing something is when you down, not when you up. When we see people jump on the magic of the Michael Jackson bandwagon, because they got a hit. We know we're not dumb. Everybody knows. You look dumb as hell, honestly, because Jaden may not have came through when she was supposed to after she got that money. And I told her that was wrong. That was wrong to keep the whole thing after you had hooked her up with the money. That was
now she's saying the same thing I said. he's looking just as clown. Like I said, in the words of V. Lenore, you look clown. You sound clown. Ain't nothing to juice about this. You look clown and you sound clown. Okay? And then Carlissa's going to drop another bomb. Okay? In relation to this content and how it's content and who's driving the content.
What's wrong? But two wrongs don't make no right. And them other motherfuckers didn't send you nothing either. So for you to be acting like Jaden is...
Now, I got to make the correction. Because, yes, when Blueface... I don't know why Carlos is trying to say this, but when Blueface got locked up, he called in and made a call to Lemmy and got a bag for Jaden. Jaden was supposed to give a certain amount of money and make sure that Blueface had a certain amount of money that he was taken care of when he was in there, and then she was allowed to keep the rest, right? Well, they didn't work like that. Jaden took the whole bag and did not send a nigga a honey bun, okay? Now, people might have their different various opinions about how that whole went down. People gonna be split on that, right? But that's just the reality. Blueface confirmed that Krishan held him down for a year before she was like, I can't do this shit no more. And I could see more of Krishan's frustration and saying, I can't hold you down with it no more, because he was still up with the shits. Look, he's admitting right now that he was talking to Nevaeh, still in there. He was talking to Angela. He was talking to other multiple people. I guess Krishan like, let them do it. I did it for a year, let them do it. But Krishan did hold him for that year that he was in there. Now, Jaden didn't send the honey bun, right? But Krishan did hold him for the year. So part of the reason that he feels like that he can always go back to her as a crutch is because he's looking at her like, at least for that year, she took care of me when I called in a favor. And listen, when you hear Callie, I think it's more to that. See, Carlissa puts it that Blueface called the favor into Lemmy, right? But when you listen to Callie, Blueface's sister, and Jaden, well, Jaden didn't want to speak on it, but you listen to Callie speak on it because Callie had gone on the baddies too. Jaden wouldn't confirm or deny this, right? But both, they kind of agreed that they got on the baddies because of Krishan. That's why they got on it. That's where the bag came from. So they basically are insinuating as if Blueface had to somehow get Krishan to make the call in, and Krishan was the one who secured the bag for them. That's what Callie said. Now, I'm just giving up everybody's account. I don't know which the truth or not. But this is what is being said, right? Carlissa always says Blueface had to make the call. Okay, did he make the direct call, or did he have somebody else make the call for him? According to Callie, Krishan made the call in, and that's how they got on. That's what Callie said. Jaden didn't come out and deny. And Callie was correcting Carlissa when she said it, which makes it even more believable because Carlissa tried to make it look like, but by way of her and Blue, that's how her and Jaden and Callie came out and cleared it up and said, no, didn't have nothing to do with you. Nothing. Or nothing to do with Blue. Krishan made the call. That's what they said.
Woe to Jaden right now is just, it's making me mad. It's making me sad, honestly. Because we looking at you like you a fucking dumbass. Like two niggas just punched you out in the goddamn ground and all your niggas standing around there. If I do remember, when somebody punched one of y'all, the other one returned that punch before you even.
All right. And that's what, so I was, when I was telling y'all that it was another angle of this fight and some more footage. So I know over the last couple of days, we didn't review it, y'all, but I know y'all have heard that Blueface essentially got knocked the fuck out. Now, Krishan tries to make it seem like he didn't get knocked out, that he slipped. but he got knocked the hell out. I told you, it's footage of him. Blueface is out there. He is throwing women all out the way, all of this shit. And I don't know what was the cause of the knockout or the escalation because we don't know the sequence of the videos. But Blueface got knocked out. Krishan say he slipped because of the type of shoes they had on. I don't know if that's just her trying to help him save face. I don't know. But he hit the ground, okay?
Knew that the got off the ground so that it was rocking and rolling. I didn't see that. So you got a bunch of people around you right now that have allowed you to get in these situations, and you treating the people that coddled you and supported you and made sure you didn't lose your fucking mind and turn into no fucking dope fiend in jail for a bunch of people that would all and they getting the benefit. They getting the benefit. I don't need the benefits. I'm hurting for the people that should get some respect. And I know you came home and tried to give Jaden the benefit of the doubt, and I'm not knocking that. I appreciate that because when you said you was coming home, you wasn't talking to her, you wasn't fucking with her, you did it for me. I appreciate that. What I don't appreciate is what she did, and I didn't know because it made it look like I negotiated some terms for her under false pretenses. But I forgive her. I still forgive her. Your children are there. We have to forgive her. We don't have a choice. If there was no children there, no, I probably wouldn't fuck with her ever again. But there are children there. And these children deserve exactly what the other children.
Now, this the call this I like. Because that's why I said I'm all this about accountability, equalness. Call it all out equal, right? You know that the reason why you are trying to keep things copacetic with Jaden is because you don't want anything to come in between the relationship with you and your grandkids. And that's understandable. Grandmothers throughout centuries have done that, okay? That's not nothing that's unusual, right? This the Carlissa I like. The one that's telling this truth right here. Now, like I said, she's going to still make some excuses for a little bit of the behavior. She got to get, but she's getting there. She's getting to the point where she is on fire because of what she's saying.
All the children deserve the same thing. Bo was with Nevaeh when Blue needed him that night. I mean, and somebody needed to make sure she didn't drift off with the baby. I get that too. He needed to say, Mom, send the security. That's what he needed to do. Because he also, that's an ex-dope addict. He needed, and I don't mean that in a bad way. These are her words, not mine. He needed somebody to make sure she didn't go do nothing crazy.
He needed to not have created that whole goddamn situation in the first damn place. That's why I say I don't agree with everything she's saying. But she's going to say some good stuff in here, okay? But I don't agree. He needed to not have created no situation like that in the first goddamn place, okay? And I understand that they all driven by content because that's what's built their empire. And they proud of that, I guess. That's what they built their empire on, is this type of Jerry Springer ass shit. But I'm sorry. That situation shouldn't have been created in the first place.
Crazy. And he needed to make sure that she also, didn't run off with no baby. I'm gonna get to that part. So that's my theory on your friends. I don't appreciate any of them, even the person, your camera crew, whoever was supposed to put the cat. I know y'all got some expensive equipment, but you was on that ground for a cool little second. Which means, obviously if somebody sucker punch you and that was a loud sucker punch, it's gonna put you down. That's natural. That's every day. That's every day in the streets. But when you was down there, luckily the dude wasn't a real active crazy person, because he would have been stomping you out because they just stood there. So, and you got to start checking all the people that's around you, because the people that love you and supported you when you came out of that jail is, again, nowhere near you, and you trying to come up again. And you see what I'm saying? That's all I'm going to say about that, is there's a bunch of hands out collecting off of you again right now, and they didn't put anything in on it when you was down, which means that's probably what would happen again. So that's a common sense. And you're using the wrong people to make the other people mad because we're all laughing. We're all sitting here laughing at you like they're all going to laugh at you. Like they didn't download no apps. You know what I'm saying? I'm just glad at least your dad's there. I wish your dad was there when you got sucker punched because he would have already saw the dude revving up. Like your homeboys are supposed to know when the heat is coming in. It ain't supposed to be last minute. They was already supposed to check that temperature before it got all the way through there. But that wasn't there. That's none of my business. I mean, that could have been one of your homeboys doing that to you. It could have been a lot of things. I didn't appreciate, because if I was there, I probably would have got my head knocked off, because as soon as he hit you, I would have hit him, and that would have been what it was. Because you seen your family when you got into that boxing ring and you was boxing, and them people did something weird in that boxing ring. You seen the people, your real family, jump them ropes. We was in them ropes. Women and children was in them ropes. Husbands, people who fuck with you, love you, we was in them ropes. We was right next to you when them people played with you at that fight. And you don't got that kind of people around you. That's how you know family, first off. Second off, and I'm only going to give you these messages because you got me blocked. You don't got me blocked, but you got a new number. And
okay, so she going to address that, but I want to say that real quick because I want to speak to this. So she's absolutely right, because Carlissa has a lot of family. You know, Blueface has a lot of family. And so not only wasn't Carlissa not at that baby shower, nobody in Blueface's family was at that baby shower besides his daddy. Okay? So that speaks a whole, while everybody is talking about Nevaeh's family and their presence and how many of them wasn't there or was missing or whatever, none of Blueface's family was there either. Not just Carlissa, none of them. Not the sister, not the brother, not the parents. Except for the dad, because the dad is always going to stick beside him. That's what he does, right? Because he knows Blueface's dad is scared of the crash out, I think. And so he needs to feel like he needs to be close so that he can try to intervene, right? So that's his dad is right there, right? But when it comes to Carlissa's sister, his cousins and stuff, they have attended events for the other kids. They were not. None of them was at this baby shower.
You didn't give it to me. And your old baby mamas would have called and gave me the number because I'm your mama. But these new people you around that's doing the tickety-tackety, these weirdos that you got around you ain't called me and gave me no number. But it's
now notice she said your old baby mamas would have called and gave me the number. That's including Krishan. Ain't no other baby mama other than Jaden that was around other than Krishan. So even though her and Krishan argue back and forth, even though they got this love-hate thing between them, she acknowledges that she wouldn't have not let Carlissa be without her son's new phone number.
It's okay. You will give me the number when you're ready, when you need to. That's how it works in the world.
Yeah, that's my point. Everybody was.
I'm gonna get to that part, Alicia. Let me get the breakdown going, girl. You know I got to be on here for like an hour. Make it make sense.
I think that's her sister.
Do I appreciate that? You know, you and Krishan have found a place where y'all can somewhat work together and make it make sense. I'm the Black Kris Jenner. So at the end of the day, if you can make it make sense and she can make it.
That's why I titled this the Black Kris Jenner, y'all, because that's what she calls herself. This is her self-proclamation. I didn't make that up. So that's why I titled this. Let's listen to the Black Kris Jenner. Because she proclaims this for herself in the name of Jesus, okay? But I think that's what one of her sisters in the background that said, that's what I'm saying. When she said, you'll give it to me when you need me. And see, that's what I'm saying. Her family is there now because her birthday is coming up. Her dad is there. Carlissa, she's getting a talking to by her elders. Okay. She's getting a talking to by her siblings and saying, how long are you going to let this boy on this? And then I can already tell you what I hear the conversation. It's like I see the writing on the wall. I didn't see what they said to her, Lord. How long are you gonna let this boy disrespect you? And every time you running and coming to his aid, because when Shalita said, "See, that's what I'm saying." When she said that part, that you give it to me when you need to. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Shalita was about to ready to like had to say something, and Carlissa had to like, let me get to it. Just wait a second. Don't go off yet. Let me get to it. Cause see, after a while, even feuding sisters, okay, that love each other. They love their nieces and nephews. But when they see the person that they grew up with, that they got in trouble with, that they was the scapegoat for, all of this stuff. See, people do not understand. Yes, parents love their children. It is a bond like no other. But there is also another bond that sisters and brothers have with one another. And they was there with your parent from the beginning. Either one of them got here first. One of them got here last, and one of them got here first. Okay? And whichever one of them got here last or first, it means that they spent more time with them than you. They know more intimate things about them than the child. And so even when they feuding with each other, when they seeing this bullshit, you don't think a couple of them sisters wanted to go over there and wring the hell out of Blueface's neck for the shit that he's been allowing? They do. It happened with Carlissa, even though they don't agree with how she's doing it. You're damn right. That's her sisters. They don't give a damn that that's the need. They love, aunts love their nieces and nephews. But there is a line that the niece or nephew can cross when it comes to their sibling. That nigga, you gonna get it. You're gonna get it. And Shalita sound like she is ready. Carlissa had to hold off. Hold off. Just wait a minute. I'm gonna get there.
It makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, you guys do have some type of chemistry that the people like to see. But what we don't like to see is her chemistry when she go all the way left because she can't keep her emotions together. So is that worth it? I don't know. I don't have to be the one that suffers from her consequences. So I guess you've weighed the options and you feel like it might be worth it. But according to the numbers in the books and the accolades, I mean, it's worth it for a day and then neither one of y'all ain't got it again.
So let me stop that. See, Carlissa is putting emphasis on that Krishan is the element that brings those numbers up. Okay? Now, no, neither one of their numbers stays the same when they are doing what they're doing. However, all of Blueface's base is generated around circus drama. None of his fan base is because they are lovers of his music or none of that bullshit. It is centered around circus drama. Krishan has a consistent fan base where she might not make as much money, where her viewers might not stay the same of when she's doing circus activity with him, but she has a base that stays consistent that she's good with, right? That she's good with when she's not participating in circus drama. So it's a consistent base. It's that consistent base of hers that really don't want her involved in the circus drama, to be honest. That keeps her afloat. So yes, they both don't generate those high numbers like that. But the problem is that Blueface's content centers around the circus drama. That's why it's more detrimental to him when the circus isn't circusing than it is to Krishan.
So I don't know if I will put my chickens in that batch either. We're gonna clear up everything. It's good. I get you. It's not good for Blue. No, it's not good for Blue. And I don't know why he keeps thinking that he needs her to get these numbers. That's that he's very impatient.
She admits what it when he don't want to admit. I don't know why he keeps thinking that he needs her to get these numbers. You want to know why, Carlissa? Because he does. This is where you are delusional and lying to yourself and not coming to grips that that's the case. And I understand you still trying to, make some concessions for your child and your son or whatever. But yes, this is part of your delusion. You know that is the case, that they are the ones who generate, it's their combination that generates those numbers, right? But you don't want to realize that, no, she can find a way to generate numbers without him. He is the one who is struggling to generate numbers without circus activity. It's him. She can do content and be with comfortable numbers and continue her boxing and all the other stuff she's doing without being involved in circus activities. Your Blueface right now is given into the greed of circus drama because he needs to keep that circulating to keep the numbers.
He doesn't need any of these people to get these numbers. He's very methodically creative, and this is going back to him being a quarterback, having to make plays off the dribble real quick. You're not in quarterback mode. Nothing has to be real quick. I know you feel like you got to get this money real quick, but it don't got to be real quick.
If that's the case, this would not have been his game plan, y'all. Because this plan right here, this gameplay right here, could fuck up the Super Bowl. In my opinion. This play right here can F up the Super Bowl. This should not have been his game plan. And some of the streamers warned him about his value depreciating at some point. Because you only going to be hot but for so long. They warned him about doing and going this route.
You're going to be able to keep mentally creating and vibing off of everything that you think of. That's just that's the ability that you have. The very first commercial you did at 5 years old, you nailed it. And I was in shock. The whole place was in shock. You nailed it because that's your gift. You have the ability to create under pressure. And you don't really you need all these, obviously you need all these employees is what I call these people. These are employees. They're all getting something out of it. It's not like prostitution where some people are saying it's prostitution. It's far from prostitution.
This is where I got to stop it. Because I bring the cash out example back again. Okay? They can try to sit and tell themselves whatever they want, however they want. But I'm telling you right now that when the powers that be review this content that y'all didn't openly display to the people, that this is how it can be arranged. It can be arranged. And you, Carlissa, could be sitting in a similar situation as Cash Out's mama. And that is the thing that some of the people are trying to warn in the situation. You will be sitting in that situation because there are things that you have done. There are videos of you out here. They are admissions that you have made about your son, what he's doing, how and where he's pulling these people from. These people, according to the law, are considered parts of some vulnerable populations. And this can be the narrative. Are people saying that this is the right way that it should be done? Maybe, maybe not. But this is what we are seeing happen. It's happening to people. And this type of activity is putting you in the means of being in the way of being a walking indictment. This type of controversy is putting you in the path of some criminal liability, potentially. This is crazy, y'all.
Because you ain't even sleeping with Nevaeh and she coming up off of it. Are we here? Are we here, ladies? Okay, because that's all she came for. And
now she's coming with that because Nevaeh said that he's not sleeping with her. Nevaeh proclaimed that. And remember when they went to go have that date with Adam 22 and she was talking about going to the toy store to get some things to help her. And he had made the reference saying, I can't F no fat B. Blueface said that. Now, I don't know if that's the 100% truth or they just saying that online. I don't know why nobody would embarrass themselves and say that online. Or maybe she was saying that because she wanted to be known. I don't need to worry about whether or not I'm getting no STD while I'm pregnant because of all of the stuff this boy is doing. Maybe she thought that that's why it sounds good to say it. But I'm dead. That's what she said. And there's some insinuation that Krishan is saying she ain't sleeping with him either, y'all. Now listen, I don't know if it is or not, but that's what they say. So that's what Carlissa is speaking about.
Getting something out of it, you getting something out of it. I don't know if him and Krishan are sleeping together or not. I hope not, because her emotions when she's in with tune with somebody sexually are off the chart. And it's not just my son. It was that way with Bino. It was that way with K Suave. It was that way with one more 33.
Now, Carlissa no damn well. She didn't see Krishan doing all of this with no damn Bino and K Suave and 33, 33rd or whatever his name is. She knows she didn't see Krishan doing all that now. She know Krishan, she's a hopeless romantic. She like Superhead, like Superhead just was falling in love with all of the niggas in the book, okay? But she know damn well Krishan wasn't doing that with them niggas. I'm sorry.
He looks like she has really good chemistry, love chemistry with anybody who fuck her. That's just my opinion.
Now I can quite agree with that.
It's not your fault. That just happens to women when they don't have fathers. They just have a good chemistry and a good love. But I had talked to Tasiki one time, and she told me that y'all mom taught y'all how to do something with y'all vagina. I don't know if it was the vagina, but y'all got a love thing that y'all know how to do.
I hollered when I saw her say this. This is the point where I was like, I gotta come live and do a live with a spur moment live with y'all on this one, y'all. I hollered when Carlissa said this part. That Tasiki told her this. Okay. These people crazy, y'all. That's all I'm gonna say. I hollered. I thought it was hilarious.
And I don't want to quote that right or wrong because I don't want Tasiki after me, but she did tell me y'all had some magic that y'all mama taught y'all. And I told her to teach me some of that magic. Not that I need it, but I still want to have it just in case. Yes, Tasiki told me this. Yes, she did. We had a conversation some months back. We used to communicate. I help her with her social media, help her with her stuff. Because I don't want everybody to just end up with nothing. You know what I'm saying? I want everybody to wake up one day and be like, "Woo, we did that. We got something out of it." But you guys supposed to tell stuff. Ooh, thank you, girl. I just threw this little shimmy on for y'all. So that's my case on that. I want to make sure that I drive this home and clear it up before we jump to the baby, because I know y'all waiting on that. Before we jump to the baby, I do want to drive this home. Jonathan, what you're doing to is unacceptable. It's always going to be unacceptable. God is not going to bless it. Because you could call Jaden and give her your new phone number. You should always have your baby mama, not your mama. I don't got to have your number. You know what
So the part that y'all couldn't hear was she was saying what you're doing to Journey and Javon is unacceptable. Okay. So let's go from there.
I'm saying? They're gonna call me if you go to jail or go to hospital. They're gonna call me regardless. I'm on the birth certificate. But your baby mama should have your phone number at all times. Your kids could have an emergency. She could have an emergency. She may need to call you. She can't make it in time. You know what I'm saying? You need to call and give Jaden your phone number. That's a case of child neglect for you to not give your baby mama your phone number when you got all these rats with the new phone number, okay? And I don't mean that in a bad way when I say rats. I just say that because after I see all of the stuff that y'all do and don't give a fuck about doing, tattooing people's names on y'all got 2-3 different niggas tattoos name. You know, back in my day, if a woman tattooed anybody's name on her, she was trash. She was trash. We laughed at her. We laughed about her. We didn't sit with her. We didn't want her in our section with that big ass name on her titty. You know what I'm saying? It's just back in our day, that was trash. I'm pretty sure in y'all day it's still trash too, because I know some classy young ladies who will never, ever tattoo anyone's name, not even Jesus Christ, on their bodies. Okay? So I'll just say that. And it's not like y'all just tattooed my son on there and y'all love him so much. So I can't say, oh, these women love my son so much they tattooed his name. Y'all tattooed 2-3 other people name on y'all with no put the toes, other people toes in your mouth. This lady, before she get pregnant by my son, it's 3 other people that she has sex with in the last 30 days. So she nutted all up. And then on top of that, you didn't have 6 abortions. And I don't think it's fair, Jonathan, that you treat all of that dust. And then Jaden was only with you for the first 10 years of her life. And then you treat the other people. It ain't giving what it needs to give, and these niggas is out here laughing at you. That's why they feeling like it's okay to punch you, because you looking pussy right now.
Yeah, that's right. Tell it, Carlissa. This is my Carlissa.
Like that's what they deserve to be at. And it's not. And I appreciate you doing good by your baby mamas, but we're not about to sit here. We're not gonna sit here and just allow you to do Journey and Jaden and Javon any kind of way when they was loyal to you for a very, very long time. Now, just because she got in her high horse and went and did some fuck shit, and that was some fuck shit, I don't care who say it wasn't. Whatever friend talked you into that, I'm glad you ain't her friend no more.
Okay, so let me stop that. So y'all know, Carlissa had got mad at Sam. Sam is the one who sits in the camera with her, with Jaden. And she got mad at Sam because she said that Sam is talking about Blueface in a negative way. She should just stay out of it and not make any comments, right? And so she became unbenefited with Sam. And when she did that, Carlissa had made some statements like the person who was really your friend was the girl Quincy. Well, Carlissa had mentioned maybe wanting to interview Quincy. And so Jaden, I guess, must have made some statements somewhere saying that Quincy was the one who encouraged her to do whatever it is she did with Bravo. Now, I don't know if Jaden said that. I don't know if Carlissa heard that from somewhere else. I don't know where that came from. But then once that was said, now Carlissa is like, oh, well, she acted like she was so good at determining who was the kid's friends and who was not. And she called the girl Quincy name out saying that was a good friend. But then now that she done found out that Quincy possibly encouraged Jaden to do what she did with Bravo, now, oh, I don't want to talk to her no more. She ain't no good friend. All of this stuff, right? So, like I said, it's still some contradicting Carlissa in this, right? But overall, I'm focusing on the stuff she's saying in relation to the grandkids. This the Carlissa I like. The one
anyway, because all she did was made you look like these people. Like you just do it for just to do it. You know what I'm saying? And that's not okay. That's never gonna be okay. And I know you're not riding around here doing what they normally do. That was an instance in time where you made a bad decision and you probably regret it. Ain't gonna say you regret it. You're gonna get on here and say you support what you did. I know you didn't though, because no woman in her right mind would. I'm gonna start reading these as soon as I get done reading everybody their rights. Okay. I'm gonna start reading these as soon as everybody get done reading everybody their rights. Because I don't want to mix my possible grandbaby up with no bullshit, okay? Let him be a father to all his kids. Don't show favoritism. I agree. That's a real father. My father, how many baby mamas dad got? 3? It's 4 or 5 of us. None of us feel like he loves us any less, okay? We all feel like he would come for each one of us equally, okay? Now, the ones that don't kind of look like him might have something else different to say. There's one that don't kind of look like us, but so that's all I have to say about that is let this little hiatus in with the kids, because in a minute I'm gonna start doing you real dirty. Because every time I look at Javon or Journey and they feel in a certain type of way, they should not have to go over there.
Bingo. She confirmed exactly how I felt when I seen that clip this morning. And I saw how Jaden had to reassure Javon that he's not on that camera. Okay? She confirmed every time. She said, every time I got to go over there and see them feeling and looking some kind of way, that shit disturbs a grandma, okay? That disturbs a grandma's heart, okay? I'm not going to just come over here and see my grandchild looking and feeling some type of way because of something my child is doing, and you think I'm going to be okay, and I'm not going to say nothing to you about it. Now, you can be mad at me about your upbringing and all you want. Let's talk about it. Let's fix it. Let's get it together so that you don't repeat the same thing. Because guess what? You on the route of doing worse to yours. You are on a route to doing worse to yours than what you claim she did to you.
To that house where you got an ex-prostitute, convict, drug addict. It just doesn't even make logical sense. Now, if this was Angela and you was pushing it, even Ashley and you was pushing it, or even what's the other girl? Anybody that got some references, okay, some good detailed references. I would say, okay, even Rila, some good detailed references, not somebody that's done talked about their own mama, not somebody that ain't loyal to their own daddy, talking about the stepdaddy better than the daddy. I wouldn't give a fuck if the stepdaddy gave me $5 million. The daddy is still the daddy that brought you here to this earth.
And she's talking about Nevaeh, because a couple of days ago, she did a stream, and basically in that stream, Carlissa was saying that she feels like that Nevaeh has tried to just capture and take Krishan Rock's story. This is what Carlissa said, right? And she's like, Krishan really went through those things. Like all of that hardship, all of those messed up things, she really went through those things. But this girl is claiming that she had access to people. Krishan did not have access to people. She found some strangers that ended up taking her in, thank God, and was able to help her. But Krishan did not have access to parental guidance, and like I said, her siblings who would take her in here and there, like they had their own things going on. It was all kinds of crazy, all kinds of allegations of incestuous shit going on and stuff, right? And so Carlissa is saying Krishan really had a fucked up story. And in that stream, Carlissa said, and she encouraged, Krishan, focus on telling your real story. Carlissa told Krishan, you could go and get you some help and some therapy. You could make content out of that and focus on telling your real story. See, this the Carlissa I like. That one, right? That one who she's not, I understand things is funny, it's jokes, we all like to laugh, but it's some real things going on in all this shit that we're seeing. That's why I constantly show reminders of what that girl life was really like. But in Carlissa, now I don't know whether or not Nevaeh really went through that or not, right? But Carlissa seems to have some suspicions that Nevaeh tried to take on a story similar to that of Krishan's so that she could get the same type of reaction from the people. That's what she's saying. I ain't say it. She said it.
From here, log in, so you can have both set up.
No, I'm in the middle. I'll wait to figure it out.
Okay.
Just trying to search this last 2 weeks, and I seen the police pulling up at least twice. Exactly. That's not even an environment that you would want your kids in, let alone, you know what goes on at that house, let alone.
And let me say this. The other thing that Carlissa said in that other live when she was addressing Krishan and about Krishan telling her story is she tried to speak to Krishan in a real way and reassure her, like, listen, Krishan, we all know you can fight. We all know that you can beat a nigga's ass, okay? We know you ain't no punk. We know you ain't backing down from nobody. What we need to see, though, from you is your desire to go to your child, home to your child at the end of the day. That's what we need to see. Because she knows that these people out here are purposefully targeting Krishan for whatever reason, whether it's for clout so that they could get on, whatever it is, they are doing, and that makes her a target when she's just walking down the street, just trying to be a normal person, right? And so she spoke to that saying, listen, we know you Billy badass. We seen you whip niggas ass. That's why every time every time Blueface get into an encounter with her, he going to go get Big Buddha and them to go get in between them. Cause we seen it, right? She's like, we don't have to see no more of that. You take that to the ring. That's where you doing it. That's the right way. That's the good way for you to deal with that right now. And we want you to see, we want to see you making choices and decisions that say, I want to go home to my child at the end of the day. That's what we want to see. You don't got to prove to us no more you ain't no punk. You don't got to prove to us no more you ain't Billy Badass. You don't got to prove to us no more that you are the clout. When it comes to that arena, you see what I'm saying? When it comes to that kind of clout chasing, when it comes to that kind of drama, you don't got to prove that. We see it. We want to see you go home to your child at the end of the day. And some of the things and some of the ways that these people are coming at you, some of the things that they say and they do, it could put you at risk of not doing that. Because either they not going to go home as a result of something you going to do, or you're not going to go home as a result of something they are going to do. And I think that was excellent advice.
Alone, like have them spending the night. The police is coming. People is knocking on the door and trying to touch kids and touch them and pat them and you know what I'm saying? Put their energy and spirits on them. When you just don't walk up to people's kids and touch them. You know what I'm saying? We all know better. I'd never just walk up to somebody's kids. If I say, oh, she's so cute, I'm not about to try to pick nobody's baby up, touch them, none of that. We know the code because we know how energy transfers and we don't want that on our kids. So I'm just saying, like, if your offer was for her to drop the kids off at Chuck E. Cheese and you was at Chuck E. Cheese, it's still a public place. Even if you had your family at Chuck E. Cheese and told her drop the kids off at Chuck E. Cheese, it's still a public place with stamps and can't nobody be no weirdo. To drop your kids off where you know it's some where you're not even comfortable. We all heard him and Whack on the live talking about the girl. She using me, fuck her. She using me, I'm using her. We all heard the real dialogue about.
Exactly. And so that is the point that people are making about all this public stuff and Whack jumping on the camera with his big ass mouth while he in the hospital. You phony, my nigga. You phony as shit. That's why I don't trust no arrangement you try to make. It's always some sinister motive when it comes to the arrangement you make when it come to me. I'ma always have some suspicion on the shit. You was a shady ass nigga, straight up. And you said you were for entertainment purposes ass nigga. And for entertainment purposes, I don't trust that shit. I don't trust it. I don't. We heard you on that hot mic. Talking shit down on that girl. With Blueface when he was coming in there embarrassing the hell out of her. You jumped straight up on the 100 side over on YouTube and said he don't give a fuck about none of them for real, but you sat your ass up in that hospital and talking about all the love in the room. That's because this for entertainment, nigga. You was for hey, just people. You are up for entertainment purposes only ass nigga. And so you did what it for entertainment purposes ass nigga does. Straight up.
How you guys feel about each other. Okay, we heard the dialogue and I've talked to her personally myself. So I know for sure she's not someone that I would want my kids around either. Okay. Is she a great mom? I think she spends a lot of time with her kid doing nothing. I think she's picking up and learning how to do things as she goes, and that's fine. Is she the mom that I would have picked? No, but I'm still grateful to God that she went along with it. She didn't get high. She didn't get drunk, gave the baby a fair chance, and great. That's awesome. But you cannot expect for Jada don't leave her kids with nobody. She don't leave them with nobody. Not even her homegirls. And if she do, it's for like a quick, I got to run to the grocery store, I'll be right back. She don't leave her kids.
Listen, Just Be. I had to at least show this because she's speaking some truth in this. She's speaking out about the grandkids. So I said it in the beginning of the live, but let me say this. She has, and you know how I feel about it. So I told you, a broken clock is right twice a day, right? And I told you, there are times when she's saying things that I do agree with. That's what it makes me mad when she continues with this crazy ass shit that she's doing, right? But I posted a video on my page of Jaden on the live with Javon, right? Posted a little clip. And Jaden was cooking. She was doing a cooking live. And this was yesterday. And Javon came down. She's cooking. So, of course, you know, she's cooking for her kids because her kids are in the house. And I'm stopped right here, too, because I wanted to say something about what she just said. But she was doing a cooking live. And Javon came downstairs and she's asking him, he's off the camera. He's not in the view of the camera, right? And she's asking him, what's wrong? Are you okay? Are you hungry? And so he's trying to talk to her, but he's talking with a really low voice. And Jaden then says to him, he's talking so low. I don't know if it's that she couldn't hear him or if he might have been doing something in the background to avoid thinking that he was in the view of the camera. But Jaden says to him, you're not in the camera. The camera's not on you. It's okay, right? Let me tell you, Just B. I told you the reason why I talk about these people, because I can't stand no fucking child exploitation. I can't stand it. And while a lot of people don't look at this as being child exploitation because they're not being physically harmed, sexually harmed, they are being psychologically harmed by this bullshit that's going on all to make money. These kids are being used as props. It's one of the main reasons I come and talk about it. And every time, that's why when y'all hear me talk about it, I put emphasis on the kids. You constantly hear me saying that, right? I'm constantly putting emphasis on the kids. When I saw that video, that shit disturbed my spirit this morning. I was already up in my feelings because, you know, with the Carmelo Anthony, the judge that was on the original trial would recuse himself from being in the new trial. That had me emotional. It happened on, and I get emotional about the things that's happening with the people because these are my people. You don't have to, the same way how I told y'all, when I saw John Abbott die on the stories, y'all, I need to pray about it because I knew it was fake in the story, right? But you know, that shit had me in my feelings. I was crying, you know, because you should feel a connectedness with the world. That's how I feel. At least that's how I'm built, right? It doesn't matter whether it's my cousin down the street that this shit is happening to me. I'm going to jump in and if it's my cousin down the street, I'm physically jumping in to do something about it, right? But when I see stuff happening and hurt and harm and all of these things happening to people that I can't touch, my spirit got to pray about it. When it's bothering me like that. And that's why this is one of the main reasons I talk about this story. It's because of this child exploitation that is happening with these kids. It's not just with Junior. It's with all of these kids involved in this scenario. This is a reality show that everybody loves to watch until the kids get bought in. Then this ain't no script no more. This is real. Because their life ain't no script. The adult might want to script their lives, but the kids didn't agree for their life to be no goddamn script. And so we done seen what's happened with child stars. Kids whose parents choose to put them in the limelight, become stars to make money, and then how they become drug addicts, alcoholics, all of this other shit. You see an overwhelming number of child stars that grow up to be effed up adults. And this is this fear I had when I'm looking at these little babies right now with this drama and this bullshit that they are generating the center around their real life. Them child stars that was on that camera, that was acting. They were play scenarios. That was fake. That was fiction. This is these kids' real lives that they have to then be dealing with when dealing with their peers. And when I seen that with Javon, that shit disturbed my spirit. And I'm serious, Just be. I'm not lying. I posted on my page and I was like, Lord, please protect this little boy. You know how I feel. Pink Face be being bad, but Pink Face don't deserve this either. But it was that Javon had that reaction with Jaden with that camera, and that bothered me. And I was almost ready to take my clothes out and fall out prostrate praying for that little boy this morning because I cannot take that. I cannot. You said it's a lot more kids to come. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, the more and the more that they bring into this situation, the more and more that they are going to cause damage. And I don't care how much money in V-Bucks and how much luxury you put them in and none of that shit. At the end of the day, you are fucking these kids up with the way what you're doing. And all the adults around this situation is nobody advocating and speaking up for them children. And today, Carlissa did that. You said, I definitely noticed when Javon said that he's school. Exactly. And Journey is in TK. So she's in transitional kindergarten, I think. So now I guess that's what they call it now. They got pre-K, which is for 4-year-olds. Or I don't know. I think it's because of when Journey's birthday is that she won't actually go to kindergarten. I don't know what it is. They got pre-K and then TK and then kindergarten, right? Some new stuff they doing, right? So my grandkids is in a private school. My little toddler grandkids. So it's slightly like a little bit different for them. So I don't know what the public school is doing with that now because I don't have any kids that young to know what the public school is doing or even with the private schools. I'm sure them kids are in a private school. But she's in not pre-K, but TK. I think that's what Jada said. TK she's going to. So she's in school with Javon. Yeah, you said and Callie, TK is like pre-K. Okay, yeah, I knew she was explaining it some kind of way. Yeah. So Journey is in school with Javon right now. You said people who are willing to humiliate themselves on the World Wide Web aren't going to have the necessary decency to protect kids. Right, you're right. It's just not. You said I definitely. I read that already. So yeah, so that had me like my heart disturbed when I seen him do that this morning because like when you do something to just crushing a child and that child don't even feel like they can speak up for themselves and voice what is going on, and we are seeing what he's doing. We are seeing what Blueface is doing. Blueface said on his camera, "Fuck his kids." You know what I'm saying? And you can say, okay, well, it's the mama fault all you want. And I can agree with, the mama should have did something better choosing when choosing the daddy. At the end of the day, that's still a motherfucking child. That is a child. And I cannot take anybody. Like I said, when it comes to, I don't care, 17 and above, that's what the law say. That's what I go by. 17 and below, that's what the law say. That's what I go by. And sometimes I go a little bit higher than that, right? But I know that at least legally they out of the waters. I can't be, so upset, when it comes to somebody over 18. But that's what I go by. And this is a baby. Javon is a baby, okay? And the fact that he got a daddy, Javon is a gamer. I know how these kids talk across these gaming systems. I got a kid that's been gaming since she was 5 years old, right? I know how they talk across gaming systems. You don't think that Javon is being taunted for what is happening on this social media with his dad? You don't think that he's had some kind of social interactions on what's happening? He didn't ask for that. All the V-Bucks and money and all of those things in the world are not going to compensate for none of that. And so Carlissa, this was in my spirit this morning when I was feeling this way. It had me feeling some kind of way. Like if I could have went and tried to beat Blueface up without showing me right there, I probably would have did it my motherfucking self, okay? Because it had me feeling some type of way. Tell your mama you got a willing mama that'll do anything for you. She will make up lies for you. Tell your mamas if you don't feel like driving, if you that trifling and you don't feel like driving to her house to go see your kids, tell her to come meet you wherever the closest place is so you can see your fucking kids. I don't give a damn. It's not like you don't have no option. Jaden has said she don't want nothing to do with you. She don't want you at the events that she throws. She don't want, okay, that's a whole nother thing. That's a whole nother thing for people to look at and evaluate. But at the same time, you do what you got to do to be with your kids. Because it ain't the problem. This nigga been made to feel like it's about him. Like everything is about him. And his own daddy has said something about it, but he ain't listening to his daddy either. The daddy just tries to stay quiet and just tries to make sure that he has a presence and that he shows up for the kids. The daddy, the most compassionate to Junior. Look at how he did with Junior and the daddy tries not to make any difference with the kids. He tries to love the kids as a grandfather can. You know what I'm saying? Like, but this is going to take Carlissa to say it. He might not be listening and he might not care and he might try to ignore it. But her grandkids will thank her for speaking up in this manner one day. And I'm just be the reason that she's doing this today. So her birthday is this weekend, okay? And the grandfather, the one that got into it with little pink face that we watched, her father is there. I am pretty sure that she is getting the stern talking to from her grandfather and from her sister, because her sister Shalita is right there right now. And Shalita then because I think Shalita is ready to go off on Blueface, okay, and this behavior. So her family, they've been sticking while she's been on the internet making excuses and concessions and all of this stuff for what's going on. I tell people siblings can be in arguments and not agree, but it does come a time. You said, I think that dad has a life outside of the son. Carlissa doesn't seem to. She has made her children her life. Yes, you're absolutely right. She has made them children her life, and that's why she's so entangled in it. But Carlissa's father, the one, when we was watching the SZA episode, he's in town right now because it's her birthday. Her birthday is this weekend. And I am sure that after all of this mess that happened this weekend, that daddy gave Carlissa a tongue lashing, okay? I am sure that he gave Carlissa a tongue lashing. I'm sure that he lashed Jonathan. You said the children or Blueface. Carlissa's father is in town, right? And after all of the stuff that happened over the weekend, I believe that father is over there at work because Carlissa been like posting a little bit like online, but she ain't been jumping like on live like that with all of this going on. Is she saying that this is because, she was trying to get him some time? Nah. Carlissa's father was giving her a lashing. You said her other kids don't seem to be her life. She has tried to make them just be, but they don't. They give her. I think that Kelly and Dre give her the real lashing she need. Like Blueface is throwing temper tantrums with her, right? He gives her lashings because he's throwing temper tantrums. But Kelly and Dre, they often give her the dose of what she really needs and to let them know these are our lives. We don't want to be there. We don't want to be famous. We don't want to be none of this. We don't want none of that. She does intrusive stuff in their life too. But I think it's more private because they have really, and Dre is bleeding her on his social media right now. He's been doing it for a couple of weeks now, right? But Dre does have some mental health problems. He does. Some of the stuff that he's saying, there's some valid things, and then some of it I don't know that I can go with, right? Some of the accusations that he's making, I don't see them, right? Some of the things I see, but some of the things I'm like, Dre, okay, I think you might be going a little too far when you say that. But I don't know. He could be right. I could be wrong. You said, so one ignores her and the other two don't like her, but she only focuses on Blue that I see. Because Blue has told her he does not care. He would prefer that she not be on the internet, but he said that if she wants to use him for content, to go ahead. The other two have asked to not be used, period. They don't want their face, their image. And then when Callie has agreed to get on camera with her, and then just to try to do something positive, it comes out to be some drama, and then that's when her and Callie become unbenefited again. So yeah, I mean, and it ain't just her. Listen, the husband kids on the internet talking about it too. They on there talking about it too, right? But today, the reason why I'm saying this is the Carlissa that I like is because this is the Carlissa that I wish would stay most of the time. Not that I agree with everything that she's saying, because it's things I still feel like that she's pacified, right? But she is calling it out because she is seeing this with this right now that's happening. She is seeing some hurt in her grandkids. The fact that she's coming forward and speaking on that, on behalf of that, is what I appreciate in this conversation that she's having right now. I think that was motivated by the fact that her father, Carlissa's father, is in town, and her sister is sitting there right alongside her. And she was about to go into something about Blueface, and Carlissa stopped her really quick and was like, I'm going to get to that part. Wait, I'm going to get to that part in a minute. But I was saying that Carlissa has had tension with her sisters because her sisters do not like how Carlissa conducts herself on this internet when it comes to Blueface. Her sisters don't like it. And she's had tension with her sisters as a result of it, right? But this is what I always say when it comes to siblings. It is a special relationship between parent and child, undoubtedly, right? But a sibling is another special relationship, especially one you grew up with, they grew up with you, you got into dirt with, you covered for, all of that stuff. You love your nieces and nephews. Aunts love their nieces and nephews. But when they see their niece and nephew do something that is so degrading, because the siblings have issues with Carlissa and what Blueface is doing. They try to stay out of it, and every now and then their names will get brought up into something, and then that's when they gotta come on here and they gotta give Carlissa a lashing, right? They really gotta get when it comes to Blue, they try to keep it because Blue doesn't mention them. But when it comes to Carlissa, they'll come on and they'll give her a lashing. But I think this situation here is gone beyond that. And Shalita, who is one of Carlissa's sisters, I think that they are looking at this behavior is appalling. We already know Pop feel like Blue behavior is appalling. We already know that he feel like Carlissa is appalling with the behavior. We know that he is told Pinkface, if you don't want to be my granddaughter because you want to be a cursor and like a sailor at 4 years old, acting like you 76, then guess what? I don't want to be your grandpa, right? So we already know what kind of time Pop is on. Okay. And Pop is that you said women all over the world provide care and support their kids without any of Carlissa's foolishness. It's the attachment to fame. It could, I'm not, okay. I'm not saying that she doesn't have that attachment. You know, I've admitted that and I said that. But after a while, like I said, a broken clock is right twice a day. People get fed up. And just be, regardless, even though she is part of the exploitation of these children at times, even though she is attention whore just as much and all of this other stuff, the last couple of days she's been saying some things that I absolutely agree with, and I do believe she loves her grandkids. I believe she loves her kids too. But when it comes to those grandkids, the time that she puts in and invests into them, she loves those grandkids. She don't always do the right things around them. She don't always, none of that. I think right now what is happening and what she's seeing, that it is getting to her because it got to Javon. I saw it on the camera, is what I'm saying. I saw it. I posted it on my page. When Jaden had to reassure him that he wasn't on the camera. Had to reassure Javon. And I'm like, and it was the way that Jaden had to say it. And I don't know what he was doing because we couldn't see him on the camera. But Jaden was like, it's okay. Like, at that point, Jaden probably should have just turned the camera off. Should have turned the camera off. But, yeah, it happened on the camera. And so I posted that this morning. She said, does she see? Yes, she does. The other kids that you see at the house when they are there, and especially Carter, because Carter is the oldest one. That's Callie's son. She was there for his birth, and Carter spent years living with her because Callie was going through some postpartum depression, and the daddy was incarcerated. And so in Carter's first few years, he spent most of the time with Carlissa and Sappho, or Carlissa's husband, living there with them. And even still now, she's always taking him to Carlissa has Carter, who is Callie, her daughter's oldest son, more than she has Journey and Javon. And y'all know she has them a lot, but she has him more than that. And Carter, she's always at his games. She's not allowed to record those. So that's what I'm saying. She loves her grand. It's time that she's spending it is off the camera. Now, when it comes to Dre's daughter, I think it's some situation with the mom that don't really want Carlissa around the child, which she might be making, a good decision because they don't want the little girl on camera. But I think that Carlissa does kind of honor the one when they don't want the kids on the camera, because Carter is not on the camera like that. That's why you asking me the question, Just B. You're asking me, do she spend time with the other grandkids? Because you don't see them on the camera. Yes, they at the house at the same time that Journey and Javon are there. You just don't see them because of that. And then Junie, the youngest one, Callie's youngest son, she has to compete for time with Junie because he has very active grandparents on the other side that also want him. So it'll be weeks where she'll have Javon, Journey, Carter, and then she won't have Junie, who is Carter's brother, who is Callie's youngest son, because he's with his other grandparents, he's with his dad. There are other people who compete for his time. I understand that as a grandma because my grandkids have very active social lives, Just be. Everybody wants them. Everybody. It is times when I miss out on seeing them. I got to go to their house and I got to. It's some months where I see them every single day. And it's because I might be picking up from daycare or picking up from school or picking up from camp or whatever, because my grandkids are always involved in some type of active learning, day activities, no matter whether it's school year or summer, right? But then they also, it's so many family members, right? And like my grandson because my grandson would be with me all the time. Like if this was a few years back, y'all would hear him running around here calling me up, and then he'd probably be talking with me, which is why I wouldn't even be on here doing this. If this was a few years ago. But now he's gotten to an age where he wants to play with his cousins. So I have a cousin who has kids his age, and he's always at her house, right? Always, because he also goes to school with them. So there I have other family members that he goes with, but when it comes to that particular cousin, because he goes to school with those cousins, he prefers to be there with them. And so I will pick them all up from school, sometimes drop them, back over to my cousin's house or whatever, because I understand as kids grow, they want to be with their peers. They want to be, he don't want to here with me. It's just me and Maya, my daughter, my teenager, my 17-year-old, and she's not his age. So she's more like a younger mother to him, like authoritative. And so sometimes when he's doing something, it's not the same as him playing with kids his age, So he likes to go over there. And so that's where he goes. And I'll go pick them up. I take them to go get ice cream, take them to go get McDonald's, drop them at my cousin's. So that's where he can enjoy. But they have my grandkids have very busy lives, and they have a lot of people competing to spend time with them. And so a lot of times, sometimes that knocks me out the box. And it knocks me out the box because of who they are going to spend time with. If they are going to spend time with somebody who has kids their age, who they enjoy interacting with, I'm not going to get in the way of that just because I'm grandma, right? Sometimes I'll get all of the kids, I'll take all of them and bring them with me. But then sometimes I don't, especially not like during the weekday. On the weekend, yeah. On the weekday, no. Okay. And if I can take the kids for the day and take them somewhere else to spend the night, then that's good for me. Okay. I am a day person. So on the weekends, if I go pick them all up, I take them to go do something during the day. And then I take them back to my cousins or to my aunts or wherever, then that's where they end up. And that's where they spend the night at. Right. So that's the kind of like that's kind of like the seasonal era I'm in when it comes to my grandkids, because of all of the loving family members who want to shower attention and love on them, right? And so I can just drop by and see them any given day of the week. I can pull rank and say I want to spend with them at any given time. But because I want them to have a good childhood experience like I did with the people who nourished me, I allowed them to do that. And so that's what Junie has that situation on his dad's side of the family where they want him equal as much as Carlissa does. So that's probably the child that she has the least. But Carter, she has Carter more than any of the kids. And that's Callie's oldest son. Let me see what y'all was saying in the chat. Hold on. You said, why does Carlissa just log off if she wants to protect the kids? Her internet input is does she? Oh yeah, what? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that they all kind of like have asked her to do. I think that her voice right now and what she's saying right now about some of these things would be more appreciated if she did do what you said. Just be. If she were to keep quiet and silent with all this foolishness and shit going on, but now that there's an identifiable problem of what is happening and the stuff that's occurring and it's impacting one of her grandkids, and then she come out and say, listen, I'm going to say this over the internet since this all this nigga see, and since mama, this is what I'm going to say, I think it would be more appreciated. I think she drowns out her own voice even when she's making sense. You see what I'm saying? Because she indulges all of the nonsense all the rest of the time. So I agree with that. If she would turn this shit off and not even make this a thing, but now that it has gotten to this point where it has gotten, and the impact that it's having on her grandson, and the fact that her son is ignoring it, I think I'm gonna say this as a grandma to me, just be, I wouldn't be on the internet doing none of this stuff Carlissa is doing on a daily basis. I wouldn't, right? But if I saw my son get to this point right here and do all of this foolishness this weekend, and then I seen that something was going on with my grandson, and I feel like he's being affected by it, and my son then blocked me and did all this stuff because he want to be trifling and doing all of this stuff, that might make me hit the button. But I think it would be appreciated more because I wasn't hitting the button all the time any other time. Right? Like, and I think that's the problem with her. It's like when she does have these moments when she is saying something that does make sense, that is what they need to hear, right? So at least she didn't got it off her chest. You might continue to go do it, but I didn't got it off my chest and let you know, hey, I'm not okay with this shit. I'm not okay with this shit, okay? And I'm gonna let it, since you doing this in public, and publicly embarrassing the way I raised you, then I'm going to publicly scold you about it. And I don't give a damn how you feel about it, right? You said Carlissa should also be setting it. As a mother and grandmother, her example is, I agree. And you're right, Justin. I'm not disagreeing with you. That's what I'm saying. I think that's what drowns out when she has these fed up moments. When she has these moments of being really fed up, because of she see it impacting the kids, because I think that then does get her heart, and it gives her a sense of guilt. And so then that's when she does all of the things that she's the way she's conducted herself on this internet, the fact, like I said, that she's hitting this button, she's indulging in the drama every single day and all this stuff, some of the stuff that she done said about these kids' moms on this internet, all this stuff, all that stuff comes back to her. So I absolutely agree. It still doesn't mean I don't agree with what she's saying right now in this moment. It means that her voice gets drowned out because people recall all the things in the past. And then they are going to pull those things out to use against what she's saying right now. Right? So that's how I see it. Give me 1 second. Hey, purple, boo boo.
Kids with nobody. So to expect for her to get off her superior motherly duties, because she's very much more superior than the women that you have chose to have children with. Okay, let's just put that there. You've never ever had to tell Jaden how to raise those kids. You've never.
Oh, I stopped it right there because I wanted to say this. This is a part where I disagree with her. So because she was saying that Carlissa doesn't leave her children with, Jaden doesn't leave her children with just anybody or whatever. She don't have to because she leaves them with you, Carlissa. See, and this is the thing that I was making a distinction when it comes to Nevaeh and Jaden, right? And them criticizing. I was saying this the other day, and them criticizing when y'all remember when we was going through the video and they were criticizing Nevaeh because Nevaeh left Superior behind with the camera people, and you had Jaden, you had Carlissa and Krishan all make a comment about it. Now, Krishan's comments came after Nevaeh was making bad comments on her, right? But nonetheless, Krishan did weigh in on what happened, right? I don't think none of them had the right to weigh in on what happened when she left that baby walking with the camera people. Hey, Tizboo, I don't think that none of them had the right to criticize her. You said she criticizes the others because they don't fool with her and let her latch on. She's just openly criticized Jaden, but that's because Jaden is also giving her some back. She didn't just made the statement in her thing today. If you go and roll it back, where she said she probably wouldn't be fucking with Jaden right now if it wasn't that Jaden didn't have her grandkids. She said it, okay? She said it, and I already kind of figured that. You said if Krishan or Nevaeh were trying hard to be up under her, she wouldn't talk about them like that. I don't know. Because she has this way of joking and making it seem like it's just a joke with reality, but it's really how she really feels. And that is the thing that Krishan and Nevaeh, I think, picked up about her, and where they was like, oh, hell no. Now, like I said, Jaden and her relationship is Carlissa wants access to her grandkids. And she used Jaden for content. She did. She used Jaden for content. And y'all heard me say last night, she about to do the same thing with Rilla. Rilla is about to be used for her content. But at the end of the day, this is what I got to say. There are so many situations out here in the world where grandmas, the mom or the dad don't like the woman. But that don't mean that they don't want to be with their grandkids. And so they make a situation work because they want to have access to their grandkids. And that's a common thing. That ain't uncommon. That ain't exclusive to Carlissa. But Carlissa just said on here today, she wouldn't have nothing to do with Jaden probably no more if it wasn't for the fact that Jaden got her grandkids over there. You said she wouldn't. She'd be over there thirsty for content. Right. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. But like I said, what I'm not going to discount is that she don't got no love for them grandkids. Now that I can't. I ain't saying that it shows itself the right way, that she displays it the right way or whatever, but she got some love for them grandkids, okay? And like I said, I think her constant voices was drowning out a reasonableness in what some of the stuff she's saying right now. So back to what I was saying about what she said. So she making it work means not coming on the internet bashing. Well, I agree. I don't disagree with you, Justine. I don't disagree with you. What I'm saying is this. If she would keep her mouth shut all the time and not be doing all the shit she does every day, when a moment like this comes, if she was to come out and say something, I think that that would make it more profound for a lot of people. It said, you come on the internet dragging me, you'll need a court order to see my kids. Well, unfortunately, Jaden don't feel that way, and that's what I'm about to speak to. So let me get to that. So what Carlissa was saying was and speaking negative on speaking negative on what I'm saying, on Nevaeh, right? When they left the kids behind. So like I said, all three of them had come to this internet. Krishan, after being provoked because stuff was said about her, she finally made a comment about it. And then Jaden had made a comment about Nevaeh leaving the baby behind with the camera people, Superior. And then Carlissa, they all came to the internet and had something to say about it, right? Well, at that time, I still feel like this now, none of them had no right to criticize her about that for a few reasons. Number one, Carlissa had come to the internet a couple of weeks earlier to justify why Blueface left Junior in the house with the same men. Blueface was supposed to be watching Junior, while Krishan was doing stuff that had to do with business stuff when she came to town. This is the very first time that she came in town, right? And we saw Krishan saying she went back to the house because he got angry with her because she decided to go handle business and left him in there with Junior, right? Well, Carlissa came to the internet and started making excuses and justifications for why it was okay that Junior was left in the house with those same men that then became a problem when Nevaeh left Superior behind walking with them, right? That became a problem. So that's the first reason why she shouldn't have been criticized, because just a week before, a few weeks before, she was making excuses why her son left a child with those men, okay? So that's one of the reasons why I felt like she shouldn't have been criticizing her about that. The second thing is, in trying to make a comparison to Jaden doesn't need to leave her kids with anyone else, because Jaden knows that she can just send her kids to you and Callie whenever she wants to. And she knows that y'all are going to take her kids and y'all are going to love and care for her kids and make sure that they are in a good, safe environment all the time, because your son ain't shit. So you feel like you're compensating for what he's not doing, for what he's not capable of doing. You do it because you want to keep her from saying he ain't shit. Now, I ain't saying Callie. Callie don't do it for that. I ain't saying Callie don't do it, does it for that reason. Callie, I believe, does it because she wants to spend time with her nieces and nephews. But there are times, and we saw on that SZA episode, there are times when Callie gets pulled in to have those kids when Carlissa has had those kids, because Carlissa gets over stimulated because she has them all the time. Grandparents are supposed to have kids when they want to, not because they feel like they have to. Carlissa is in a situation where, yes, she does want to have her grandkids, but I don't think that she wants to have bear the responsibility that she does all the time. And so she gets overstimulated, and that's when Callie comes in, and then she'll come get them at times when Callie didn't even sign up to get them, right? So that's what I mean. You got these two women, his sister and his mama, overworking and overextending themselves when it comes to his children, because he ain't shit when it comes to his children, and they are compensating for what he's not doing. This is why Carlissa felt betrayal from Jaden Alexis when Jaden started talking about Blueface being the deadbeat, because she feels like, well, Jaden, I do it. So you doing it is not him doing it. And yes, people appreciate you doing it. People appreciate you being the one being there with them, but that's not your responsibility. You said she have to because she wants to take slack off of Blue, and that got one of the reasons he knows shit, because exactly. And so that's what I'm saying is that what in this live right now that I'm seeing Carlissa do in this live right here today is start to establish, because this is the thing, we can continue to criticize the past behavior of her, right? Or we can look at where do we see the behavior, the direction going in, right? Will she maintain this? Will Carlissa maintain how she's feeling right now because she's seeing this have an impact on Journey and Javon? Right? Is this something that happened that is making her see this slightly different? Like I said, her father is there right now. And her father has constantly scolded her about Blueface and his behavior. Carlissa left her daddy at the court one time because of how he was going off. So, this is something that Carlissa's father has said while she's there. They got her like, and her sister is sitting off camera. I think they didn't have some kind of conversation. Something has happened that I think is really now, this might be disturbing Carlissa. You said she's not going to only see it, she's going to feel it. Yeah, she's that's what I'm saying. She's seeing what's happening with Javon, because before you came into this, I was saying that I had posted a video on my community wall where Javon is coming down to get food from Jaden. Jaden was doing a cooking stream. And Javon, whatever it is he was doing, Jaden was like, Javon, you're not on the camera. They can't see you. It's okay. And that bothered me, Tiz. Because I'm like, it's something, I don't know why it had came in me. Like, it was like, it's something, I already felt like this was bothering the kids. You know, this is why I come and talk about this. Every time I talk about, I put emphasis on the kids. All of the kids involved in the situation, right? But that bothered me. And Carlissa coming live and doing this, let me know there is really something that is going on with Javon. Probably Journey too, but especially probably with Javon, that this is really causing a problem. You said, I wonder if kids exactly, that's what I'm saying. He's a gamer. He's a gamer, so he's on those platforms. And this is the thing, it's easy to say, oh, well, get him off of the game. No, get his father off the fucking internet. A kid is supposed to be able to do kid things. Why would the solution be protect him and keep him off of the internet and try to protect him from having, making friends and all of this other? Why are all of the safety precautions put in his way, but you're not requiring the father to do something, or you're not calling out for the father to do something to adjust his behavior or to adjust what he's doing? Oh, well, he don't got to see that. Just keep him off the internet. No, Blueface, keep your ass off the internet. You said, well, he can't do that. He doesn't have another time. Shut up. We done said that. Last night in the Last Night Live, we done said that. The nigga, he can't do nothing else. He is washed up. The circus is his money maker, okay? There's nothing else that he's doing that's generating him except for his restaurant business. This is the thing. Blueface could live like a regular person just off his restaurant business. They say his restaurant does pretty good. He could live like a regular person, but he can't in his mind, he cannot conceptualize that. And so it's okay for him to be acting like this. And they have made so many excuses on, this is not going to touch the kids. This is not going to have any impact on the kids. We keep the kids from seeing this. We keep the kids. Guess what? You don't keep other people's kids. You don't keep other people's kids from seeing this shit. And that's who he interacts with. He got a whole cousin in there who you can't keep the people. You say he's basically a hoe on a whole stroll. Exactly. And listen, Carlissa done told him today he looked like a clown. Now, she didn't put the clown face makeup on for him. Carlissa didn't put the clown makeup on for him. She done put her clown wig on at times, okay? Many times. But she did tell him today, people are laughing at your son. You look like a clown. Now, she's saying some other things. Some of them things is true, even though I think she can kind of hold back on saying some of the way she's saying it. You say, I already done told you the post office is calling. Exactly. Just be like something else. But the fact that people think that you said, I think he makes more money being a streamer than making records. That's why I think he is about to get crazy and more disrespectful. Exactly. And especially after last night, after that, they tried to get to 1,000 subscriber goal and said that they were going to reveal the baby, right? And they could not even make it to, they made it to 306. I came last night and did a live and talked to y'all about it. And the other people have been mentioning it throughout the day about how he was on there begging for 1,000 subscribers and couldn't even break 500, made it to 3 something. Okay. His mama says it in a roundabout way. She doesn't go exactly all the way with it, right? But in this live, if y'all go back and listen to the beginning once we done, she says, you can't keep that momentum going. You'll get all of that, but obviously you couldn't keep the momentum going, meaning she noticed how them numbers dropped as soon as Krishan got on that plane. And what she is distorted about is that the only way for him to keep the numbers up in the circus is for him to generate some type of mystery behind what's happening with him and the Chucky doll, right? But she tries to say, okay, well, neither one of them can maintain those numbers when they are apart, right? That's what Carlissa said. I don't know. I agree that neither one of them maintain the numbers when they are apart. What I don't agree with is that Krishan does not have a fan base that follows her exclusively for the other things that she does outside of the circus. She does. Krishan has a fan base, whether people like it or not, that do not want to see her participating in circus activity. And so even if they fall away when she stops participating in circus activity, they will come back when they see her doing the other things. That's what Krishan has at her disposal that Blue doesn't. Blue has to be in order for him to maintain a comfortable, they might not reach the numbers that they did with all this bullshit that they had going on this weekend. But in order for Blueface to maintain a comfortable subscriber count, he has to continue the circus drama. Krishan does not have to do that. She does have other things that she can engage in and do that would keep her at a comfortable level. You said I like her outside. I do too, Tiz. A lot of people do. I like when she's showing her training. I watched the videos of her training and doing that, and especially because she's training over there at Upton Gym. And I gotta say this because, like I said, I always say this: everybody is not all bad. Krishan is doing a lot for the athletes over there at Upton Gym, right? And there are a lot of boxers and a lot of talent that is about to be featured with this boxing match that she has orchestrated on September the 19th. One of them happens to be a friend of mine, her son. That and his father, she's my friend. His mom is my friend, but his dad was my really, really close friend. His dad passed away, but his dad was my really close friend, like one of my closest, like homeboys, right? And so, and his name is Truck, right? Lorenzo Simpson, right? And wonderful fighter, okay? And she is doing a lot to help bring the recognition and attention to that gym. Javante did do some things, but he's not taking that gym to the level and taking Calvin. There was always some tension between Calvin and Floyd, right? Always. But that's what probably got in the way of propelling Calvin into some other things because of that tension. But Calvin has worked really hard. So if y'all know, on The Wire, there is a character on The Wire that is kind of fashioned behind Calvin. The person who owns and is in charge of the boxing program over there at Upton Gym. And he went to jail for being a drug dealer, and he gets out, and then he starts to feed back into the community and feed back into the youth. You said none of the good that she's doing matters if she's helping her son. If she isn't helping her son, what's the point? You said I love to see her evolve. Blue makes herself take pictures. You said I agree. Well, this is the thing. I know that's like some people's. I agree she needs to be helping her son, right? And she should be putting more like emphasis into that. But I also think that the universe has a way of rewarding some people that need to be rewarded, right? And so I'm not saying for her to get the credit. What I'm saying is to look at how what she is doing to feed into that gym, what that's going to make available to some people who the universe can probably go and they can do some great things. Because sometimes it's not you. Sometimes it's who you do pour something into. And that's the reality. It's a lot of people out here in the world who have been neglectful to their own kids, but they have had some kind, and I'm not condoning that, but that they have been neglectful to their own kids, but they have done something to help propel somebody else into a situation where then they did good in the world. Because that's just how the universe works. I hate to say that, but it's a reality, right? That's a reality of things. Like sometimes it just takes one person having an opportunity with something, and they will do what that other person who had the means to do didn't do. And I think that there are a lot of good young people over there at that gym who just need an opportunity that she has somehow, I guess maybe she feel like it's dear to her, because you said Coach Calvin will be extremely blessed for pouring into right. He will. And then the people who are attached to him are going to be blessed because of it. I guess that's what I mean to you. It's like that right there. What I'm just saying right there. Yeah. Is that Coach Calvin is something that he has been working and that he deserves. And somehow him having some kind of influence with her or having some kind of connection to her doing what she's doing because of her connection, that it's going to help and bless some people connected to him. And people don't got to like it. People don't got to be with it. It's how the world works. That's what happens. Well, and I'm not saying they should, Just V. I'm not saying they should. You said, yeah, I'm not with that. If your kid is at home starving, but you out feeding the homeless, I don't care. You don't care, but that homeless person does. Is what the point I'm making, right? I ain't saying that makes the person good, Just V. What I'm saying is that it's this simple, right? The homeless person that you fed is going to care. And then they might put something into that person to propel them to get themselves up out of this rut that then might go help a whole bunch more people. So, and that's just how the universe works. You have so many people who have been fucked up, but have done great things for other people. Just be, you sit on here and make concessions for Michael Jackson. Is he like, I'm sorry, Michael Jackson touched some little boys, okay? And in my opinion, through mutual masturbation, allegedly, okay? And he got off because they could not present enough evidence. He got off because just like they did with other victims in other situations, they put the weight on what the parents did after the parents were aware and how the parents treated the situation versus what actually really happened and what was really done. You said spreading love is contagious. Yeah, and so that's what I'm saying is that sometimes it don't take the person who's the sponsor. Sometimes it's the person who's being sponsored. And if she is sponsoring Coach Calvin to do good things with his people, she's going to still have to deal with her original sins and what she did. Nobody's not saying that. What I'm saying is that it was made an avenue that some people going to get blessed by it. You said I'm appalled at how much time and energy she has for training, but not for her kid. And I understand she needs money. Let's leave MJ out of no. Because I want you to think about this and go just as long and hard. I want you to think about it and go just as long and hard as you are going. Why was he spending so much time sleeping up in the bed with other people's kids and not his damn own? He was hanging his own kids out the damn window. You said, I don't think MJ messed with the kids. I thought they came back and said the parents made them lie. No, not all of them came back and said that, Tiz. And then some of them did say that. But there is some question, did they say that? Because then they ended up getting another payout. And like I said, this is the same thing that we got to consider when we look at the damn R. Kelly situation. A lot of these people, the reason why people don't believe them is exactly like this kind of thing, right? They go back and forth with talking about what happened to them. They weigh all of the things that could potentially prevent them from coming to speak. And then somebody offered them some money to say, okay, I didn't say that didn't happen, or I didn't say that, and then it goes away. I don't trust none of those attorneys around that Michael Jackson situation that they weren't involved in certain shit. Especially, I'm telling y'all know I can't stand that goddamn what's his name? Gargos, who where in the hell is what's the boy? Where is Jonathan Oddie? Somebody go find him for me, right? He said, Tiz, just let Carla have this one. Whisper, she's crazy. Listen, y'all could think I'm crazy. I'm just telling y'all how the universe does work. The universe can use bad men and women to sponsor somebody who can go to do something great. That's a reality. If you don't believe that, you are distorted. That's distorted. The universe can use bad people. It shows it all the time to do something great. You said MJ is not RK. I don't believe it. Yeah, nobody wants to because he MJ. Nobody wants to. You said Carla has my digital ranges. Okay, all right, that's fine. Y'all sounded like the R. Kelly supporters. Y'all over here in the chat sounding like the R. Kelly supporters. What grown ass man is throwing the temper tantrum to sleep in the room with other people's kids? I didn't ever even hear the stats say Michael Jackson was having sleepovers in his room with all the other kids. Okay, I ain't never heard them saying that. But he was throwing temper tantrums to sleep in the room with other people's kids. He said, that's a beautiful birthday, Tiz. So listen, I'm just saying, y'all, listen, I'm not trying to make no believer out of you because I don't try to make one out of them. You said, see, and if you mention lies or AI, we are support. So listen, I ain't trying to convince them, and I'm not trying to convince you. Okay, I'm just saying. MJ, I ain't saying MJ. I don't believe that he penetrated them kids. I think that's why we already talked about this. I'm not getting off on this. Today we are talking about this situation. All I'm saying is that sometimes that's I believe in the thing of all things work together for good at some point, right? And that there is somebody that is going to be uplifted is a result of her contribution, whether she's evil or not. Evil money, this world, all this money in the world is evil. It's somehow kind of way, what is funding the world is a lot of evilness, right? Even like when you look at us, certain things and medical advancements that we have, they were on the backs of some evil things happening. Are you going to say you're not going to take no penicillin because they injected some people with syphilis? Like, are you going to say that? And unbeknownst to them, they didn't disclose it to them. That was some evil shit. And that was evil shit that was orchestrated by the government. But if your ass gets any kind of infection that requires some antibiotics, you're going to go get them. And so sometimes evil things, evil people, evil situations, they create some kind of goodness in its own way. I can't explain it. It's beyond my comprehension and ability to explain. You said, I done told you normal people don't think their backyard should be a zoo or amusement park. That's how far he was off his rocker. Exactly. So just be, why don't you think that this boy thought it was okay for him to sit in the room and do mutual masturbation with these boys then? Why? And why do you not consider that what they said happened could be true? Because he does not think he did anything wrong. And I told you, I think the reason why he doesn't think he did anything wrong, because I don't think that he penetrated them boys or it was any type of oral activity or anything. But I do think that it was some inappropriate touch. And maybe it wasn't, the touch might have been mutual. The touch might have been just that they were mutually doing it at the same time. I don't know. But something inappropriate, I believe, did happen. Tish, you said, I've never been a diehard MJ fan. I think it's lies. He was just different. Didn't have a childhood mentally. He was still childlike in her mind. Exactly. I'm not trying to change nobody mind. Listen, my cousin all the time had this argument with me. Okay, all the time. Because my cousin don't never want to think MJ did something. Like I said, I'm a realist. I look at all of the facts. And that he did that. Okay, that's what he did. In my mind, that's what he did. But I'm also not one of them people who say I gotta cancel all of their contributions because of what they did. When you look through history, a lot of shit would be canceled. The Bible would be canceled. The Quran would be canceled. And this is what I mean by evil providing contributions to the world that end up being lasting, right? When you think about these relics and you think about a whole body of theater, music, artwork, all of these things, these people participated in some evil shit. It does not minimize their contribution. And it's people who were either inspired by the good thing that they did create, and it's like, I don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. That's the kind of mentality that I had. But at any rate, you say his life was never normal. He lived in okay, just be. So that's the same thing I'm saying when it's coming to how we're looking at what's happening with the exploitation with Blueface and with what's happening with these kids too, right? That definitely be used. That still don't make me think no different about whether he did something with the kids. And yes, I do consider that when I think about what he did. I do. I consider what his childhood was like with what I think he did. Okay. You said, y'all, I know Bubbles is still alive. I don't know if he is or not. I don't know. But yeah, I consider all of that. And so when I'm looking at like the makings of a monster or a criminal or someone who is just unique and maybe not oh yeah, you said he is? Okay, yeah. But I consider that. That's why I think he did do it. That's part of the reason why I think he probably did do it, Just V, is because of his inability to mature properly in childhood. Like when I examine stories of young boys talking about how they are groomed into doing more activities by grown men, they describe the same kind of things. And obviously with boys, I don't know. I didn't have no girlfriends when we did this. So I'm just saying, I don't think that this is a normal thing for girls to do because I don't have no girlfriends that I was ever in no situation like this. But from what the stories I have observed with boys who talk about how they are groomed, one of the consistent things is that they believe that it is okay to be in a room at the same time with one another, watching porn and doing some kind of relief to themselves, with all of them being in the same room. And a lot of the boys who experience some type of sexual assault at the hands of another man or another woman, they describe it going like that. And so if he is like still in the mindset of a child, like everybody says, same thing they try to say about R. Kelly. I'm saying y'all really sounded like the R. Kellys, okay, people, okay. I'm just saying, but when they take these tactics, right, they describe this, and so this would be something that young teenage boys are kind of familiar with doing. That's all I'm saying. And so that's why I'm saying that England, to me, it gives more confirmation that he probably did it. If his mind has still not evolved to a place where because he didn't have no childhood, he's stuck in this place where he didn't mature and he's still like a child. You said, Kelly was molested. That's it. Yes, exactly. So that's a way to look at his molestation and how that had an impact on him and his sexual deviancy, right? Yeah, young girls, young boys, Tiz. MJ never dated a young girl. He dated young boys. He took them to the zoo in the back of his yard and gave them a ring, a promise. What? See, and now they gonna say, Tiz, that's why y'all hate men. They gonna say that's why y'all hate men, because why don't the young boys matter? That's what they gonna say. That's what they gonna ask y'all. You said MJ did date old women, so did R. Kelly. R. Kelly, look, what you call that Kitty? Kitty wasn't no young girl. That's an old bitch. Shanti McGee is an old bitch. Shit, he did too. That's part of the cover up. The same way a D.O. nigga got a beard. He said MJ never dated. MJ never really dated nobody, Tears. He didn't. That's why even when Lisa Marie, I mean, well, who? Stephanie Mills. Didn't Stephanie Mills say she dated him? So, but we never really seen MJ with nobody like that. I didn't believe he was having intercourse with none of those people that he was involved in, because he probably likes to jack off in that room with the young boys like he was still the young teenage boy. Just like all of them teenage boys that describe something happening to them, say that's all how they got groomed. Apparently, this is just something that some boys and men know. They sit in there and they watch porn, and it's okay for them to relieve themselves in a room with each other. And they say that's how it gets started. I don't know. I'm just telling you what I have looked and observed and researched over time when it comes to these kinds of situations. You said I think he was knocking off Kitty, but definitely not Diana Ross and that old white lady that killed herself, Elizabeth Taylor. Old lady that killed herself. Who was that? I know Diana Ross and Elizabeth Taylor was his homegirls. I know that. You say Kitty. Oh, at Lisa, he was married to Lisa Marie, and then I think Stephanie Mills said that she was involved with him or something. But I don't know. Like I said, listen, that don't none of them fool me, okay? None of them. I'm just telling you, I ain't fooled by none of them, okay? Y'all are the delusional ones. Y'all are distorted. You said Ashanti claims to have been getting it in the black girl. R. Kelly was knocking and sucking D anytime, that too. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, okay? So look, I'm just saying that evil people all the time contribute to society, and they send somebody who is good, and they sponsor somebody who is good that does something good, right? And so I can't say that whatever she's doing to contribute to Calvin and to help him to grow that program over there in Upton is not going to help some young person, and especially some young person out here who really needs it, who was in a situation like her. And where if she took the opportunity and wasted it, that person might not, and that person might do something great. And so that's the acknowledgement that I give it, right? So let me see. So let's see. Let's continue to
ever told her how to raise those kids. You've never told her, had to question her about anything. You're already, during the pregnancy, we've watched you live make special of how you want your child to be raised versus the child she already has. So then if you're not comfortable with your own child and having to give details with that child, how do you expect for Jaden to trust her kids to go over there?
So you guys, listen, that is going to end up being an issue. So I think you said, Carl, you missed my comment about Bubbles. Don't you want to know how and where he is? No, Just V. You said he's still alive, and that's enough. Hopefully they donated him to some type of preservationist place or whatever, and he's gonna live a long ass life. He was a very good companion to Michael. Michael might have been jacking off with him too. That's what I think. That's what I think, okay, about Bubbles. Okay, but look, so in the circus, I think, shut up, Justin. I think that what we need to notice and see, like I said, I think that Blue is purposefully, and Tears, we both said this, that he's purposely doing stuff to agitate. You said I ain't right. Oh my God. Leave Bubbles out. I'm just telling you. That's what I believe was going on, okay? He didn't have no respect to person, okay? Not in my opinions. You that exotic, you doing all that crazy ass shit. Your parents sent you bat shit crazy, and everybody still to this day want to praise Joe and talk about, oh, how of a great listener. I would have rather Michael been able to be a regular child, a regular kid growing up and have a good, happy life, still smiling and still out here just doing whatever, than for him to have succumbed to what he came to. And I think that is kind of an issue, is that people always uphold the parents who had these ultra successful kids that did all of this shit, but you don't look at the story to the end and you don't see what happens in their demise. And it's like, well, was that really worth it? Was all of the Michael Jackson songs in the Jackson 5 really worth Michael Jackson having such a miserable life? That's why you see these people saying they wish they was regular people and did not have to deal with this shit. You said Epstein file said MJ was saving the victims, just like Jaguar Wright, right, Tiz? Jaguar Wright said that she got on that same boat, the same little boat that Cassie and her homegirl had to get on when they was trying to get up off of that island to get away from Diddy. Jaguar Wright used it to go over to Epstein Island and to get some of them victims off of Epstein. Right, exactly, Tiz. That's what I'm saying. So listen, to me, I would rather that I love the songs. I appreciate their talent and their gift. But if there was a way that I was, and I ain't God, I ain't in charge. I know his ways ain't my ways. But if they could have just had a regular life to have a happier life, I would have much rather that. It would have been okay with me that we ain't had the songs, that we ain't never meet the voice. You know, I'm thankful for it, but look at how it made their life. Give me 1 second. You said, I think it was the trial that put MJ over the edge. I went back and watched that doctor's trial. It was so sad. Oh God, I can't believe shit Jaguar says lying ass. And let me tell y'all about the doctor. He back in Trinidad practicing his daily medicine. Yeah, look, wait a minute. Yeah, because see, in those kind of countries, you can do that kind of shit. You don't need the same type of credentialing and stuff that you have there. They don't care about that. But this, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about MJ and that propofol thing. And I know a lot of people, I don't know, Conrad Murray. Yeah, Conrad Murray is going to kill at least absolutely and get away with it. And he ain't going to be no trial this time, Just be. Ain't going to be no trial. He ain't going to do no time. He went where he can do what he does, okay? He went where he can do what he does. But see, that's what I thought when I thought we were entering some dangerous territory, and I thought it was going to be more exploration in the Diddy trial when they did start to talk about what was being given to them women through that IV, because that was an interesting part of the case for me. think in that Diddy trial, that was one of the most interesting parts of that case. Because you know that the same Muslim guy, what is his name? That was with Michael Jackson the night that he died, became Diddy's head of security. Hold on. Y'all always get me off on something else. That was with okay. He was with the Fruit of Islam. And oh wait, hold on. Hold on. Fahim Muhammad. Fahim Muhammad was with MJ the night that Michael Jackson died, right? He was part of Michael Jackson's security from the Fruit of Islam. Fahim Muhammad became Diddy's person. And he was the one who was responsible for ordering these hydration therapy treatments that these women were getting after these freak-offs and hotel nights, right? And you said, I'm just glad I don't have enough money to have doctors putting me to sleep all willy-nilly. I struggle to sleep, but it's crazy, right? But you say, yeah, but fluids and vitamins via IV are not the same. MJ was getting surgery. Yeah, okay, I'm about to explain. Just hold on. So when you listen to the testimony that was inside of the this part where the assistant was being asked when he was told what they needed to have, they were asked what they were being given. They talked about being given fluids. They talked about being given vitamins. They talked about being given all of these things. And then he said, and something to help them sleep. Go back and look. Go back and listen. I love you, girl. I love you. You know I do. No, I just wanted you to listen to that part. He talked about that it was things to help them to boost this and this for that and this for that. And then all they mentioned was something to help them sleep. And remember when some of the security people were coming in and saying that Cassie, they would be ordered to give her those hydration treatments and she would be put on the IV. And then they would say she went in there and she would sleep in the bed for days. Remember that? So then it started making me think about Kim Porter in a potential situation, okay? Because I know a lot of people say, now this is allegedly, this is just my thinking, this is just my theory, right? You said, I mean, if you've been freaking off for 3 days straight, you need the rest. But he was saying that something was being put in the IV, to help them sleep. You got the same Fruit of Islam member who was assisting Conrad Murray, okay, now is over there with Diddy administering IV stuff to some more people. And he's part of the process of administering some IV shit to some more people with another celebrity, right? You said, I mean, I don't even think 50 Big Mama drinks. I can't believe she was doing all this off pass me my tea. Right? Like, so listen, y'all, listen to my theory on what I think possibly happened with Kim Porter. You said, I did not see it. I don't want to see that, Just Be. I don't. I see enough of her when Hollywood Unlocked is posting all of them sultry videos that she is putting up. And I am like, you want to know what? This is why he wasn't convicted. I'm starting to think that she was just thrown up in there to just throw the whole shit, you know. That's why she was kissing That's why she was kissing Teeny Garagos when she left, and then kissing the prosecutor when she got off the stand. She was sitting there to throw the whole damn thing. You said she was sucking a water hose, and it was so. Oh my God! Shut up! Justine. But look, so listen to my theory that I think about Kim, because I know that everybody thinks that it was some type of intentional, well, not everybody, some people think it was some kind of intentional thing that he possibly did that caused something to happen to Kim. I don't think so. I think this might have been a situation where it could have been an accident, right? And so it was determined that a doctor had come out to come seek him, and I guess he supposedly was the one maybe who had sent the doctor to the house, and that there was signs that Kim had been given the IV. I feel like that she may have been given one of those IV treatments. He might have sent somebody over there, like, because you know, like all of those people who do those IV hydration things and stuff like that, they're not doctors, right? And so it could have possibly been somebody who went over there. They gave her a hydration trick, probably gave her the same cocktail and things that they generally do when they're doing these things for him. You know, he knows what he wants the girls to get through the IV, and that because she had pneumonia, that could have created a buildup of fluid, and then that could have been what caused what happened to her. I really think it might have been something connected to that IV thing. Her getting that, it's something that seems harmless, but somebody with pneumonia getting certain types of fluids and things like that, it could be harmful. Because he's used to using these things when they are doing freak offs, and he knows that once they do it, the person is well again, he might have suggested, hey, you know, I'm gonna send somebody over there to give you a booster, and it's their normal thing or whatever they do, and then that could have turned for the worse. That's my little theory that I think, you know, allegedly, like I don't have no proof to it, but based off of what, because when we hear Conrad Murray, we hear Michael Jackson was getting these things all the time. He was telling them to put his ass to sleep like Dracula in the coffin all the time. You said it was longer than a wine bottle, a ruler. You said real life monster, and it was soft. I never seen anything like that. It was longer than a wine bottle, a ruler, a crude driver, a foot longer than everything. Girl, I did not see that. I don't want to see that. I am sick of her. I am sick of Daphne Joy, because I think the reason why so many people could not even take this situation serious is because of her testimony. You said, I don't think she had pneumonia at all. Everyone around him has died from pneumonia. That could be the case. Well, Tears, I mean, then that lends some suspicion to another theory. Either everybody around him is really dying of pneumonia, and the type of pneumonia that's being documented is incorrect, or it might not be pneumonia. It could be something else. But I do see, you said, did he found a way for people to look as if they died from pneumonia? Well, when you have AIDS, HIV, allegedly, then people can die from pneumonia. And if you're not taking your treatments and doing the stuff that you need to do properly, like, because there's some suspicion around Diddy's health records in that trial. When you watch the pre-trial stuff, you said, oh my gosh, Just V, shut up. You said, Carla, it was so, it was ridiculous. Didn't understand what I was watching. And Diddy was just walking around, cheeks out, whole then he had that goddamn hijab on. Yup, HIV could come. Yes. One of the opportunistic infections is a pneumonia, a type of pneumonia. So And like for so many reasons, there are so many situations where people have not documented HIV as a cause of death, and they've used what the opportunistic infection was to document the cause of death. There have been lots of situations like that, but there was some mystery behind Diddy's health records. There was some argument during the pretrial phase, right? When they were putting motions and stuff in. And it was some stuff that they wanted to discuss. And if I can find a video, I'll go back onto Tisa's channel where she's reading the stuff from the motion, right? And it's surrounding the health. I'm going to tell you the thing that made me weed out that I thought it was herpes or anything like that. If it was something like herpes, they wouldn't need like a virologist, right, to come in, and because exposure alone would have made that a problem. It would have made it problematic, right? But to me, the only thing that you really can explain when it comes to those type of infections would be HIV, because there is a way to try to argue that he didn't expose if he was not detectable. And so the strange thing about the argument was that Diddy's attorneys, Cassie's attorneys, and I think Jane Doe's attorneys, and then a couple of the other women, they did not want this information to really be discussed either. It was the prosecutors, I think, that were arguing over whether to discuss this information and whether this would be made available during trial as some type of piece of evidence or something. And none of the other parties wanted this brought in. They did not want to get into this health situation, whatever it was. And so that's what was making me think that it was not herpes. I don't know what it is, allegedly or whatever, but if people keep making note to the fact that people around him are dying from that, and they feel like that's the case, then maybe it's something else to it. I don't know. Now, when it comes to the men, I don't know what to say for that. But listen, it will also make some sense as to why he's always using somebody else to do something rather than him himself. Maybe he doesn't want to be in that. I don't know. Something weird. You said, Just be, I never seen it. I don't think I want to. Yeah, I don't want to see that. You said the sex circle was soft and tired. It was crazy. She was in full character and Diddy was just walking around. It was tears. I'm trying to tell y'all what I saw. I don't even know what Diddy was walking around to do. Maybe just adjust the lights. He was putting some baby oil. Did he have some baby oil in his hand, just squirting it around? Maybe that's what he was doing. He was lubing the bodies up or something. I don't know. Listen, I don't. All I'm saying, I ain't saying none of this. All this is allegedly. I don't know none of this stuff to be true or not. All I'm just saying is based on some of the things that was dropped, it makes you wonder. And so, a lot of times in some situations, especially when it comes to people who have economical means, they won't document that they died from HIV. They're gonna document that they died for whatever condition caused, like they're gonna document the opportunistic infection leading to a certain thing. So like if the opportunistic infection that they had caused them to their lungs to collapse or cause a heart attack or cause a stroke or something like that, they're gonna go along those lines and say that's the cause of death. Right? That's been done a lot. You said, I think I saw some oil, but it was so much soft. I was confused. The man probably maybe couldn't get himself together because the way that he probably be acting in these situations. That whole thing is crazy. The fact that there are some people who still try to say, see, they didn't catch him sleeping with the men. They still try to say that baffles me. I cannot understand that. But yeah, I wanted them to like get off into more of that because I had this, when they mentioned that, I started to think like maybe he ordered one of those special IV treatments that had something for them to sleep in it. and then all of that fluid, and then that didn't work well with the fact that she had pneumonia. You said he was exhausted, hard or soft. He was tired. He needed to be paid and relieved. And then this the thing, you don't know at what point this was in this in the interactions, because maybe this was like round 7 or 8, just be. Maybe that's why he was so exhausted, because Diddy had them, and it seemed like Daphne, once he gave her them drugs, she was able to keep on going. Cassie seemed like she was getting a little tired and stuff sometimes, but Daphne, and according to how Daphne be showing up on this goddamn Hollywood Unlocked, Daphne seemed like she got a lot of energy. I'm just saying, shit. They said 50, or somebody tried to warn these people that Daphne ass was crazy. Now, I was cracking up when Diddy said that. They tried to tell me you was crazy. I'm like, yeah, nigga, you thought you was messing with this girl trying to get back at somebody, and now you done got stuck with a real crazy one. Your ass crazy, but she crazy, damn it, too. Just a whole hot ass mess. Look, let's finish this. Y'all is distracting me.
There, okay? So, now that we have that out there, we're going to start to hold you accountable, because Journey and Javon, I let 30 days for your spirit to relax, because I know sometimes I would rather not see my kids if I got to see them and I'm going to be angry looking at their mama ready to, you know what I'm saying? But your 30 days, you should be fine now. You done did 2 years in jail. You done had a lot of hoes, and they done had you. You done got rocked by a lot of bitches. They done dogged you. You don't know who your baby daddy is. They done drank one smoke. You done been done, and you done some doing. So I think you should be fine now. I gave you 30 days. I gave you more than 30 days. But the kids are starting to ask about you, and it's time for you to step up and do your job, because your dad would never. Your dad might have disappeared for 30 days, and he did that very often, but he would still pop back up and let the kids. Javon asked me, was you back in jail? That's not okay. And I have to
hear that? See, I'm telling you, I knew it. I knew something, and especially the way that Jaden was did that on that video. He asking, is the damn daddy back in jail? You said it was at least 12. So Carlissa is fed up. She can't cover up for this anymore. Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Tiz. I think she is getting to the point of fed up. I think she is, Tiz. Like, because after a while, it's around you. I see my friends and stuff do it all the time. Like, I have tried not to be that parent, because I always want to be diplomatic, and I always want to try to be fair. And if my child is doing something wrong to somebody else, I'm going to call it out, because that's not what I raised my child to be, right? But I have a lot of friends, a lot of people who they won't rock with their kids. You know, that's their thing. They know how I am, so they don't judge me. They know I'm going to do that with everybody. I always say that I'm loyal to a core about me, right? It's a core that I'm loyal to. And if you love me and if you respect me, then you know that I'm loyal to that core, and you're not going to put me in any type of situation where you're going to compromise me to have to violate that core. This is what my kids know, right? And so when you do something wrong, I'm going to call you out, because I want you to correct it. I'm your mom, and I don't stop being a steward in your life once you become grown. And so if you've done something wrong, I'm going to correct you. I'm not going to allow you to just be going around the world treating people terrible. You can do it, but it's not going to be with my consent or me making excuses and justifications, right? And so that's just me. But I do have friends, and I know people who they will condone all their kids' behavior, but it does come to a point where they break on it, where they have a breaking point, and they say, I can't, not no more, not. This is it. This is the end of the road. And I do think she's becoming fed up. Her sister is sitting on the other side of her, and that's what I think is the important part about what's happening right now, is because them sisters have had arguments over the shenanigans and shit that Carlissa and Blueface have going on the internet. The fact that her sister is sitting on the side of her, I think there was a real talking to that happened to Carlissa that now is maybe sparking this. Now we might see it tomorrow, come back on here and be down the same damn fucking rabbit hole. But I could be completely wrong. But there is something different about what she's doing right now, Tiz. That's what I was trying to show.
Remind him that no, you're just out working, because I don't want to tell him that his mama went out and fucked your best friend because you fucked her best friend, and now they need a time out so they don't fuck each other up. I can't tell your son what's going on. So
all right, now, y'all, I didn't know she was going to say that. I told y'all I had stopped. I came on here with y'all. I had stopped listening, like, a few minutes ago. So I didn't preview this part. I didn't know she was going to say that right there. Yeah, I would have probably not said all of that. Right? Carlissa, you shouldn't have said all of that. Like, we know that's not something you're going to tell the child. Okay? That's not something you tell the child. If you ain't going to sit up there and you ain't going to tell the child about all the things that daddy been doing before that and after, then yeah, you shouldn't even try to consider telling them that. You said, well, he's going to see this, right? He's going to see you saying this one day, right? So if you ain't going to tell, if you too embarrassed to tell the child what the daddy been doing before Jaden did all of that and after, then you shouldn't even have mentioned Jaden doing that. And see, that's what I mean. She just, she sticks her foot in the goddamn mouth. I mean, damn, Carlissa, when we trying to be with you, we still can't be with you doing stuff like this.
I have to naturally tell him that both of y'all are working and they're going to be spending a lot of time with grandma. Okay? So your followers and everybody on these Instagrams and all.
Now, the kids might not be over there this weekend, y'all. The kids, after this, we got to wait and see if the kids will be over there this weekend. Because Journey and Javon might not be over there this weekend after Carlissa and said that. Okay?
These pages need to start holding him accountable for Journey and Javon. Okay, the time is up. Now, if you want to meet at the McDonald's and they at the playground, wherever you want to meet with the kids, your daddy can meet you there. Your dad has agreed to assist in making sure that the kids are safe and not around anybody. So she's okay with that. So if you don't want to be around me, your dad can do it. Okay.
This is the problem. Wait a minute. Let me say this, y'all, though. Yup, Carlissa saying she need a damn break. Exactly, Tiz. But look, this the thing. I don't even know that they can trust that when it comes to Blueface. I do have to make a case for Jaden in this, especially after what happened this weekend. I cannot say that what Carlissa is suggesting can be properly arranged. Because look at what Blueface allowed to occur this weekend. It's his behavior. That's what I'm saying. His behavior is the most important because he is the person in these situations that needs to step up and be a responsible adult for these kids. And so while each of these women have a child here and a child there or whatever, then when it comes to him and his role in these kids' lives, look at all the... I don't think these kids are props to him. I don't think that there is anything that he is not willing to do for content. I don't know if I was Jaden, if I could trust that Carlissa or Big John was strong enough to keep this man from doing something that would involve my kids in some type of controversial content. I don't. So I think the thing is a mother that would want to try to say, okay, I want my kids to be able to see that dad because obviously it's something is wrong and they feeling some kind of way. I'm going to agree that we are going to have a mutual agreement and go into court and have an arrangement that's going to say that these kids are not to be filmed, that they are not to be used for content, and whatever else she needs to prove in order for her to feel like that the situation is safe, and then go from there. That honestly, at this point, y'all know before this weekend, I was saying, well, I don't know, like, as far as her keeping them from being able to go to his house or whatever. But after what happened this weekend, y'all, I think she got a valid point to take into court after this weekend. You said he's going to find a way. Let me see. He's you said hanging up in Pink Face. Yeah, Faith was the exactly. Yup. Exactly, Tiz. You said he is going to find a way to make content out of and cause some type of drama surrounding the kids. Exactly. I would not want my kids around his ass while he is click and view thirsty. Exactly. Chloe did that with DDG. He cannot put. That's what I'm saying. She need, in order for her to show that she is willing to say, okay, I understand the kids need to see you. I understand you're their parent. You're their equal parent, right? But you have been making some decisions that I think can be harmful to them. And so it would require that I would make the first step if I was Jaden to go into court, even though I feel like if he should have made the first step on her and his from coming from his own side. Like, you don't just quit. That's what's wrong in a lot of situations. That a lot of men make excuses. Like, they will go wash their car every day. They're gonna make sure they take that car to get that oil changed when it's 500 miles away from needing or oil change. They gonna make sure they go get a new chrome pipe for the bike. All of these provisions and stuff they make for material things. But when it comes to their kids, they do not exercise the things they need to do in order to have access to their kids, right? They just don't. And if Blue really was really interested in seeing those kids, there are legal things that he could have done to see his kids. So from his side, he could have initiated a legal process, and that would have showed some desire for him to interact with his kids. But if I was Jaden, so that I could show that I'm attempting to, you said, then they wonder why they beat him F up the car. Exactly right, because it's like you care more about this car than you did these children that you helped to create. Right? They will go to the ends of the earth, somebody mess around with their car, but you ain't gonna go out your way when the same thing when it comes to your kids. Just priorities all messed up. So, but if I was Jaden, just as an act of good faith to say, listen, I'm not trying to say that you got to be with me to be with the kids, but there are lots of things that you do that I don't think is good for the welfare of the kids. And I'm trying to raise these kids in a way that is going to be the healthiest way possible. And so we're going to have some agreements that are going to have some repercussions in court if you don't agree to them. Like, that's what I would do. And I think that's what she should do, because Carlissa and Big John are not no enforcement enough for me that they are going to be able to tell him what to do. He's doing everything that he wants to do in front of them right now, in front of the whole world, embarrassing all the hell out of their parenting skills, okay? And so it's not nothing they're going to be able to do. She needs something more solid than that, and I will go get this more solid thing.
Both the parents need everyday almost comments mentioned to them. Exactly. So all of the people, and I'm not talking about the people who argue with me, you can drink while you pregnant, you can smoke while you pregnant, all the people that argue with me. I'm not talking about y'all. We're not asking for y'all opinion. We don't need y'all help. I'm talking about all the real mothers and all the big mamas and all the real grandmamas. Make sure that y'all stay on his neck about his oldest seed, who now shares a middle name with a whole new baby that he don't even know 100% sure if it's his. Okay, yeah, see, I thought that was very unfair, but hey, it is what it is. And if
this is what Carlissa does, that the added stuff that she don't need to add, okay? This is the added stuff that she don't need to add when the people get fed up. Carlissa, just stay on task. You doing a halfway decent job.
If they are brothers and they have the same middle name, great. All the Ball brothers got the same name, so great. I don't have a problem with that at all. And
right, I don't think
Jaden wants to be calling Jonathan around her house for the rest of her life either. So Blue won't get these kids back with his kids. I feel, yes, all the kids will be a welcome to grandma's house all together. So it ain't we gonna mix them all up.
And look, this the other thing I'm glad she said. Okay, y'all, this the other thing I'm glad she said. She let it be known. Listen, I'm letting all of y'all baby mamas know right now that if you come drop your kids off with me and I'm gonna be responsible, then they all are welcome to be here. It ain't one more than the other, one less than. I'm not going to be doing no arrangement to try to make sure to keep one here when the other one ain't there, or none of that. They all are welcome here. So if you do have a problem with that, then you need to find something else. You need to find some other way to do that. You need to find what else you need to do. That's another thing. I am glad that she said that, because Jaden, and I got to say this, Jaden, I think, is having an issue over thinking that Realist Baby will be there at the same time as Journey, and basically trying to, I mean, that was disgusting. The way that Jaden handled that whole conversation when it came to Reala and Carlissa saying that, you know, she would have the baby there. Number one, girl, you count on Carlissa to keep your kids so that you can run in these streets. Your mama is not here keeping them kids while you running in the street. Carlissa is. So you can't tell her that she can't have her other grandbaby over there at the same time your kids are there, or that basically that child has no connection to Journey. It might not in your mind, but it's due to Carlissa. They both her grandkids. You said Blue think he hurting Jaden, but no, it's the kids. It's exactly Tiz. That's what I'm saying. I don't care. And when I come and I say all of this stuff about the adults' activities and all of this other stuff, that is the main focus for me. The style, the things that they are doing. Fuck that it's making money. Fuck that it's making money. Fuck how much clout and views and all the stuff that they got. What are you doing to these damn children? You're not giving... You might feel like that you are giving these children the best chance economically, but it takes more than that. And that's why I equate this to looking at child actors and how a lot of them have turned out as a result of the exposure. And in this situation, these are not fake sitcoms and evening shows and soap operas that these kids are being a part of. This is their real life. This is their real life. You said, that's so damn dumb. Siblings need to know each other for real. Put all the BS aside. All money is not. Exactly, Tiz. Exactly. And so I am glad that Carlissa laid that foundation down. That listen, it could be a time that your kids are here and it's going to overlap. And if you're not okay with that, you might as well make some choices now, because I'm not going to be making no difference. All of my grandkids are welcome here. Right? There have been, I understand why some of the people don't want to drop their kids off to a nail. Now, don't get me messed up. I understand why some of them don't want to drop them off. Okay? I'm not advocating I'm not trying to make no excuses for that, right? But when she has many times had tried to say things about getting Krishan Jr. over there, the reason why she started saying things about it like, no, she's not, is because every time she tried, it failed. And I think this is the thing. Krishan didn't want Junior over there because of whatever the reasons about whatever's going on with him. If she felt like Carlissa was going to exploit that situation, whatever it was, right? That's their right to feel that way. I'm not discounting any of that. But Carlissa has made the attempt. She has made the attempt to be present for Junior. Krishan has said, I don't want you to be. Right? But she has made it known that they all are welcome to bring the kids there. And Carlissa even says superior. Okay? I think, now I ain't saying that Nevaeh should take her up on that. I'm not saying that Nevaeh should take her up on that, or that she should take the child there or not, right? But what I'm saying is that her willingness to do it, it's been there for all of them. You said Carlissa just said she will never help Nevaeh, even if she see her and her kids in the street homeless. She did say that after Nevaeh told her don't call her no more. Yup. Because this is the thing. I think, like I said, I think she got the same kind of thing happen with I think the same kind of thing happened with her and Krishan. But see, this is the thing. I'm gonna tell you this, Tiz. I do know this for a fact. That girl Henny, right? Who has her own YouTube channel, and she is a hard rock supporter, right? She had Carlissa had inboxed Henny when Krishan was going through that situation where Krishan was in the car and living in her car with the baby, Carlissa said she wouldn't help her no more. Didn't want nothing to do with her. But that's Krishan told her. That's not your grandson. Don't worry about him. He don't got nothing to do with you. And then I think for Carlissa, as part of her hard exterior, she's like, okay. And she went with that, right? But when Krishan was staying in that car, Carlissa tried to get that girl Henny. She was like, Carlissa sent a message to Henny, revealed it. She revealed it in the time they was having an argument, Henny and Carlissa. And that girl Henny revealed a conversation where Carlissa had reached out to her and said, listen, I don't know all of the details and everything of what Krishan is going through with the baby, and I don't have a whole lot of money, but I can give what I got to help her to not be in her car with the baby. But I know she's not going to take it from me. So she was trying to see if she could give the money to Henny, and somehow they get it to Krishan. Henny did not trust it because she didn't know if later on Carlissa would come back and then say something. So she never took it. She never put herself in a situation where she was going to be the conduit in between the situation. But she did. She was like, I don't want her to be in the car with the baby. So she reached out to her and tried to see, like, maybe if you make it look like it came from the supporters, then maybe, I can just contribute it like that through that way. So I don't know. Like, I know what she says, but then because Henny, and when Henny released that, she released that when her and Carlissa was in an argument. But she did it because she wanted to show, like, I guess Henny didn't want it to be like a misconception to think like she took some money from Carlissa and then she did something else with it. She was trying to be transparent, I guess. And I think that's how she ended up releasing the message. But that is what happened. And so I know what she says, but then I also look at that message and I'm like, okay, she still has a heart deep down somewhere when it's involving her grandchild. She's not going to be okay with what she's saying, even if she's on here talking smack and mess about it. Right? She was like, I know she's not going to take the help. She's not going to take the money from me. And I don't got a whole lot of money to do something immaculate, but we can do something to get her out of that situation. And that's what Carlissa said. So I do have to say that. I don't know the intentions.
This is Jonathan's baby. All the babies will be allowed to come to and do grandma. So I would never, ever, ever discriminate against anyone. Now, if they chose to keep their child like Krishan, she chose to keep her baby away, you would never see him, then fuck you and your baby. Keep it pushing. If she changed her mind, okay, grandma's here. If not, it is what it is, okay? I got a bunch of grandkids. My sister got grandkids. My niece trying to get baby fever. I'm going to have some babies around me, okay? And long as y'all don't play with my Journey Pie, my Avery, my Suge Avery, I'm good, okay? There we go.
Yeah, I don't like when she's saying that. I could see her maybe saying Nevaeh could be out on the street, but the kids, I would have to take them, both of them, Superior and the baby. Like I couldn't see that type of situation. But it is a terrible thing to say. But they all have said terrible things to each other. She should be the more mature person. She should. She should not be saying that. But I think she feels like she's disrespected. And when she feels like she's disrespected, she takes it out more on the women than she do on her son. And that's the problem. She takes it out more on her women than she does on the women than she does with the son. But the reality is that there are a lot of grandmas that didn't let their grandkids mama go homeless and took the grandkids. That has happened. I don't see how she's saying the kids, and maybe, like I said, maybe Carlissa got upset because she told her she wasn't going to see the baby, and maybe Carlissa feels like that Nevaeh is using that baby as a weapon to try to like control people, and thinking that she's going to control people's behaviors and stuff like that. Like somehow that's going to make a person like not say certain things to her or not feel a certain type of way about the situation. I don't know. And you said your mother would not. Yeah, my mother would never say that. But these people, obviously, that's how they operate. Also though, my mom, my mom has a child who would never have somebody whip my mom's ass either. Right? So, considering the type of people that Blueface has allowed to be around her, it's possible that she might can't trust them in the house after she done had that habit. You might have a little bit of anxiety, right? So my mom knows, and Tiz, your mom knows that you wouldn't bring around nobody that would even think about whipping their ass, let alone me as the child telling somebody to whip their ass, right? But then at the same time, I don't know if you, I don't know. Based off of her experience, do you think this? I don't know. You said, yup, even though she takes it out on the women to pacify Blue because she don't want him to speak against her again, he still turned on her and stopped speaking to her. Exactly. Yup, he does, Tiz. I don't know. Like I said, the whole dynamic is weird. So it's weird to say, okay, that she said that. But then when you consider where Blue is pulling these women from, and then what they are all willing to do for his love and attention and affection, and then you let them in your house to help them, and then the next thing you know, you might be getting your ass whooped again because he done told them to why they in your house. I mean, because you got this kind of plotting ass child. I don't know. Like I said, the whole dynamic is crazy. You said, right, the family dynamic is different. There's no love and respect. Exactly. So, I mean, under ordinary circumstances, yeah, I don't think nobody grandma should say that about the grandkids. You know, I could see you saying, well, listen, you're going to have to go stay at your mother's, or you can stay here a week or two until you find somewhere. And if not, the kids can stay here. And then I could see all of that, because everybody ain't going to always get along. Everybody ain't always going to like the person. It's not going to be, but considering with the past that she's dealt with the type of girls that Blue has dealt with, if you feel that kind of hate and resentment that Nevaeh was messaging back to her, the things that she messages back to her, you might not want it in your house after getting your ass whipped by Krishan. You said, I think Blue's mistreatment of his mom is an extension of him mistreating women who will do anything for his. Exactly, y'all. I said that, Just V. You asked. I said it start with her. Like, if people want to blame a woman for how Blue was acting, blame her. Because even when those women leave, if she doesn't stop, she's going to still be there justifying the behavior. And that's the pattern that makes him think that it's okay for him to do the stuff that he's doing. I agree. You said, yes, his mom, it does the same thing these girls do. Exactly. And that's why he finds the girls that does the same things, because that's what his mom does. So he goes and finds these girls that does the same things that his mom does, because he knows that then he got them where he want them. You said, I think Blue, mom, I'm sure Carlissa does love him and the kids, but the addition of Fake is doing something peculiar to her. Yeah, Fame is doing exactly. Yes, just exactly. And I think it's been her whole desire in life for her to be famous. Like, that's why this live is titled The Black Kris Jenner. Let's watch the Black Kris Jenner. She said that about herself, but I ain't saying that. That's a self-proclaimed name of herself. So she's always wanted to be famous. And yeah, it is like having this disgusting effect on her. You say his mom be taking up for him, trying to cover up for him being a deadbeat. He still turns around and disrespects her and calls her yes. Talk just as bad about her in that car as he did about Nevaeh grandma. My mom would have already tried to slap me if I had all this. Listen, my mom would have came over there and had a whole. This I'm telling y'all, this is why I don't fault Tim Savage and Joycelyn Savage. Let me tell you something. My family would have had a whole motherfucking intervention if I did some shit like this to try to force me. They would have tried some institution somewhere to put me in if I had gone this far. Because surely it would have to be something wrong for you to do this. Something is not right. So yes, Just be, I agree with you. Yes, my mom would have did more than slap me. I would have had, listen, what they did with Joycelyn Savage is mild, okay? My grandma would have made a call over there to all of her important peoples over there at a couple of these facilities and stuff, and she would have made sure I had a nice plush room, filled with pink. Yes, she would have. Pink pads, pink robe, pink slippers, all of that, right up in one of them crazy houses. That's pink. The medicine would have been pink. She would have made sure I had all of the plush amenities to go up in that place and get myself together. Because what in the hell? You said Blue used to always tell Krishan she act like it's exactly. And he will call his mom Krishan sometimes, sis. Just ain't no. You said she ain't no Christian. Lord, I done got you fired back up again. Just be. I'm trying to keep you calm. I know these people agitate your soul. You know, she ain't no Christian. Chris kids love her, and she actually makes them money. When I had a trash boyfriend, my mom accused me of being on drugs. She said, I wonder if she decided to call Blue out because he called Carlissa a bitch on stream. She used to that. I don't think so. I think Tiz, her father, you said pink crazy house. Exactly. Right up in the pink crazy house. My grandmother would have called over to them people because I'm telling you, my grandmother has pulled around the country, okay? So my grandmother would have called over to one of the best institutions to take me to. She would have found me one that would have been somewhere so far away from civilization, okay? And so that it ain't no way I could get out. I would have been in the room banging like Wendy Williams, okay? I would have been in the room at the window. And matter of fact, my grandma probably would have thought about that and made sure there wasn't no windows. I would have been up in that place like Wendy Williams, okay? He said, my bad. Let me look for some pics of bubbles to calm me down. Just be, your mom said she must be on drugs. Right, exactly. I am sorry. And that's why I say a lot of us real women, like if we've ever been in a moment when we done just done some dumbass shit, never to this extent, but just in being involved in a dumbass situation, you'd be so embarrassed. You don't even want to tell your family members you're in this because you know how they're going to feel about it. You know how they're going to react to it. And you know it is not going to be nothing nice, right? You know you're going to have to deal with a lot of shit. It ain't no goddamn way that I would be up on the internet with my last name acting like this. My grandmother is coming to fucking get me, okay? I need to listen. It's other people who want to come get me too, but no, she's going to come out the house and at her old age, take that ride, and she's gonna come and get me with them Stevie Wonder sunglasses. My grandma be, and she is gonna say, "What the hell is wrong with me? Come on, get your shit. Let's go." Ain't gonna be no talking back. Shit, ain't gonna be none of that. Okay? You said, Tiz, that was the only sense she could make of it. I'm going to ask her exactly what drug she thought I was on. I'm thinking crack. Probably ecstasy. Some shit making you think you in some other euphoric destination instead of hell, right? You said shaking my head, my whole family would be ashamed of me. Yes, and listen, some of my family members might be on this internet talking like something, you know, some of these people be doing on there, because they might be saying every day, she know damn well, I know. They would be saying, some of my family members might get up here and say some of the shit they're thinking it's going to help me get out of it or something like that. For 1 minute, they can talk some sense into me to get out of it. I'm telling you. You said she mad at the girls, but really, she used the same tactics to try and get famous. Yes, albeit a little less ghetto, but it's the same thing. Exactly, Miller. Yes, she did. You said something that had you out your damn mind. Right. Shit. If I don't leave out that house with my grandma on the first come on, let's go. Oh, after that, the straight jacket is coming. And she done already made a call to the facility. And that's where I'm on my way to. You know, that's where I'm on my way to. And like I said, and then I'm going to be trying to call, you know, somebody up in there like Wendy Williams. I'm going to have to call up Dawn Lemon and say, I need your help. Can you get me out? Right? But no, they ain't going for that. It's bad enough when somebody is going through a private situation and the parents and the family that's not used to no shit like this is trying to grit and bear and deal with their family member being in it because they can't force the person. But for you to be in the public conducting yourself, that is a reason to Baker Act a person. Okay. That is a reason to Baker Act someone. You said, I don't think my mom knows about ecstasy. She's thinking barefooted outside and selling pussy type drugs. Oh my God. He said exactly, but yeah, like it's a mess. This is a mess. It is a mess. And like I said, if they was doing all of this dumbass shit, influencing other people's children, I guess, I don't know, you know, by them watching it. But the fact that this little boy is asking if this man is in jail because he ain't been over there, he ain't called, he ain't had no contact, ain't did nothing because he called himself being mad at Jay. And that shows the whole time you wasn't going over there to see them kids. You wasn't going over there to spend no time with them kids. You was going over there to get pussy from Jay. That's why you was going over there. And he told us that. He told us that he likes to have kids with certain women, so he know that he can always go back over there. And he uses the kids for that. And I'm sorry, I would have to show that to the judge. If I was Jaden, I would have to show that statement to the judge. Okay? Matter of fact, I might have to go through timestamp and send it to her, right? Because that's what these people on the internet like to do. These people on the internet like to do that. So maybe I need to go find it, timestamp, and send it to her when he said that that's what he does. You said my mom thought I was shooting. Listen, something, okay? Because ain't no way a right mind is doing that. You said, OMG, that's the sad truth that MF was there for them. Exactly, he was not. But I've been redeemed. I've been out of the ghetto for, you have been redeemed, washed in the blood of the Lamb that was slain for the foundations of the earth, right? That's what happened, Just Me. You got redeemed, girl. You've been changed. We know you've been changed. Me too. I've been changed. One good time. That's how I don't see how nobody gets themselves in that situation twice. I know what happens. You say, I'm saved. And me too, girl. Me too. Thank God. Glory to God. Right? I could not do that. Like, I don't even have the tolerance to figure out how to do that again. The minute I see something that looks like, it's like, yeah, I'm good on that. Okay. We good. We still cool. We cool. But that's all. Yup. That's it. Yes, girl. Yes. Sing, girl. Sing.
To come, the boys is the boys, and y'all see how the boys act. Y'all see how these boys act. I'm not fucking with it. I love my grandsons dearly, but it will be all about my granddaughters. All right. And so, because when both their mamas got mad and didn't talk to me for 2 weeks, Journey was the only one who demanded to come over here every day. Woke up, take me to my grandma now. Take me to my grandma now. Calling me on Javon's phone. Grandma, she won't bring me. So,
she
y'all know
be
what
there
I'm
this
talking
weekend too.
Avery too. Avery call me every other day.
If you don't,
granddaughters is be something different. They need to talk to their grandma. I love my grandsons. I'm going to be here for them. They want to pull up, they pull up, but I'm not about to chase you down for no grandson. Okay? All right. Now that we got that out the way, I'm going to move right on to the delivery. I said it was beautiful. It was amazing. Thank God, because I don't want to be in a room. I don't want to ever be in a room delivering a baby, go through all of those emotions, and y'all get into this motherfucker. Y'all might want to screen record this because I'm about to go TikTok or Twitch or whatever. Y'all gonna have to give me a pass because I'm about to get heated all the way up. I don't ever want to be in a delivery room. And I've told this to Rila also. And you sit me through this whole fucking delivery. And then you have me going through all these emotions. And not that I wouldn't pray for a stranger's baby, but you have me in here doing my grandmotherly duties, looking for the purpose and looking for the passion of the child in its eyes. It's something that us grandmothers do as soon as we lock in. And you sit there and have me go through all of this.
Look,
and then y'all
mad. Look, she mad because she expected Carter and Javon when Callie and Jaden wasn't letting them come over. She expected them to call and bug the parents and be angry and be upset. Y'all, Journey the only one who was making a fuss. They hurt her feelings. That's why she said that, y'all. They hurt her feelings. She thought they was gonna make a big stink. Carter and Javon
in this room talking about, okay, we just need to make sure the baby is ours. We need a DNA test because she had 3 other men in the same month, and we just want to make sure. So I personally am glad that I wasn't in the room for that, because it would break my heart to go through all of those emotions, build up all that anger towards somebody, and then they come in here and say, well, it's not your baby. Or not, forget that. Waiting on the test to come. All of that, having to go through that, your mama should never, ever have to go through that. Now, your daddy can sit there because he used to be in a Rolling Stone and dicking down everything on the block. But your mama should never have to sit there and go through all of them emotions.
Right. She holding a grudge with right. She holding a grudge with them tears. She mad that them niggas. She mad that them little boys didn't say, "Mommy, take me to my grandma." Carlissa feel like, listen, y'all done been with me all this damn time. I've been the one taking care of y'all, not your mamas. And y'all ain't even asked for me not one time. Carlissa mad. Y'all, and I'm gonna tell you, I done seen grandmas get mad, not to the same way Carlissa saying it like she's saying it, but I done seen the grandmas get mad though when the kids don't choose the grandma over the parents. I seen that before, right? Because she feel like I'm the one taking care of y'all all the time, not your mama. I'm the one running to Starbucks, buying $50 worth of drinks and running to go to the store to go get batteries for your game and doing this while your mamas is out doing whatever the hell they want to do. And here, y'all, they ain't bringing you and you ain't even asking them about me. Right? She act just like her damn right. Well, look, she ain't say she wasn't gonna see him. She said she wasn't gonna chase him. Cheers. Now the son ain't seeing him, right? She said she not gonna chase after him. Like just like they begged just like they didn't beg the mamas to come see her when they mamas didn't want to bring them there. She ain't gonna do no begging either. That's what she said. But she ain't saying that she going completely, like, just not see him. That's what her son doing.
Looking at the face, when Rila's baby comes out, I will hold that child in my womb. I will hold that child in my heart. I will hold that child and know, because she gave me a promise that there's no possibility of anyone else being the father of her child. I can go with that. But please don't ever take me and offer me to come into no delivery room. And then y'all got to tell me at the end of the delivery, after my heart been warmed up, did all these palpitations and added this baby to the Lamb's Book of Life. Okay, to the Carlissa's Book of Life. And then y'all over here talking about, well, we need to get DNA first, right, and then we're going to fully embrace the child.
Right, she
like,
take
come
it
on,
as far as blue.
Don't nobody ever do that to your mom.
She said her womb.
Okay, ever. And matter of fact, if you get pregnant and you slept with somebody up to 30 days prior to, don't even tell the motherfucker that it's his baby. Just Wait until the baby gets here and do your pregnancy by yourself, just in case. Because nobody should have to go through those type of emotions. And then you sit there like you Queen Elizabeth with a clean bill of birth health, like your vagina ain't been around a couple of blocks and through the wilderness, and looking at us like we wrong. Looking at us like it's our
that's
problem.
That's what I mean. She didn't went wrong, y'all.
You
She
shouldn't
didn't
have got me
wrong.
pregnant. You knew I was a hoe. That's not fair. So to be sitting there while somebody while your face all twisted up, knowing that you was over there with Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike, who cares who you like?
Oh,
it's a disrespect. It's such a disrespect to our whole entire family. I didn't even tell my father about this baby yet. I did not. I didn't tell my dad until somebody told him yesterday. My dad
none of her family
had no baby.
It wasn't just that Carlissa. Oh shoot, y'all.
Okay, I see the picture.
Shoot, I gotta get back. It wasn't just that Carlissa wasn't at the baby shower. Nobody in her family was at the baby shower, y'all. Nobody. And Blue has cousins that he deal with all of that. There was nobody. You said she should tell her son to use condoms. That will help. Exactly. He should use it. He should use it to prevent pregnancies. He should use it to prevent from transmitting sexually transmitted diseases. Absolutely, just me. You said she is going to act like baby Carlissa is her baby. Oh yes, that's already a given. That baby is about to be. That baby is about to have the baby shower of all baby showers. That baby is going to have the christening of all christenings. She said that she didn't have that baby in her womb. She didn't have that baby. And I'm going to tell you, I know that experience too, y'all. I know situations where grandmas have a closeness to a particular grandchild. And sometimes, yes, it is with the son. One of the sons. I'm going to tell you, the reason why you always hear me say something about my grandma, my dad's mom, I love most of my grandma. I am a grandparent girl. I am a granny, a pop, a grandma girl. My mother's father was passed away when I was born. And I'm not that because my parents took excellent care of me, but my grandparents love for me to be with them. I love to be with my grandparents. And so when you hear me say something like about my grandma, like it's certain things I know that my granny, my mother's mother is gonna do. She's not as flamboyant and as hard and as intrusive as me. Right. So let me tell you, I had some boyfriends to call my grandmother. My grandmother's name is Minnie, right? But I didn't have some people call my grandma Mimi. Okay. Because listen, when it comes to me, she don't play. She don't play that. She don't play none of that. Okay. And I was like, my grandma was like that with me. She thought I was her child. She did. And it did come from my father. My father is a great dad. But my father lived out of town. And so a lot of times they felt like they were overcompensating, but they did it because they wanted to. His siblings. That's why I said I had a great childhood. I was smothered in too much love. I feel like sometimes it was like drowning. But that is yes. I think my grandma sometimes felt like she told people that before. She felt like I came from her womb. That's why I laughed when she said it. You said, let me see. You said none of his family, and while he's talking shit about Nevaeh grandma, nobody tears. Nobody. You said, who were these people at these shows? How long has Nevaeh lived in that area? Girl, it was a whole bunch of industry people because WAC 100 and R&B, WAC 100 girlfriend, they threw the baby shower. They threw it. So it was industry people. It was bodyguards and security guards. It was some of Nevaeh's friends. Nevaeh's mother did come. I think like 2 of her cousins came. But for the most part, that it was like industry people. And Blueface was off hollering at some girl. They caught him on the camera hollering at some girl at the baby shower. That's why I said, listen, the night of that baby shower, it was more going on than just the Krishan thing. The Krishan thing got everybody to watch it. But let me tell you, he was trying to talk to somebody in the baby shower. She caught him. When he took her to that daggone club inside that Zeus event after, and all of them women who walked up to her like that was some embarrassing, I'm sorry. It's no way. I know the people say it's staged. Who you got to be a sick person to want to have a memory created for you like that. You have to be. You have to be. Who would want their baby shower night to be staged like that? Nobody. You said some was random fans. Yeah, I think some of the people was me, or people just to be who gave gifts and they had promised them like that they could attend. Lord, just terrible, just be. Don't even ask no more questions because it's gonna make your blood pressure go up. I already know you. And if we tell you all of the details, if you miss them, then just stay missed. Because it's gonna take your blood pressure up. You said some was random fans, blue-faced homies, and the Bay of friends and family. Tears that's sad, very sad. I had flown home to Ohio or wherever and had a shower with mom and family and friends. When I graduated college, I got like $7 grand in cash gifts. They all came from my mom's friends. My uncle gave me $20, and that was without today's inflation. Shut up, just Lord have mercy. Yes, you said her friend from the shelter. Yes, her friend from the shelter was there. She had her friend that she had been in the shelter with, Just B, was there. You said, Carla, I'm against all this. I'm still waiting to fight grandma and that. Yes, Just B, yes. So Nevaeh spent according to her, 2 months in a shelter, right? And the friend, one of her friends who she was in the shelter with, was attended at the baby shower. And so somehow Blueface ended up in the corner. This not the girl he was trying to talk to. But he ended up in a corner where the girl was giving him more details about this shelter experience. Y'all, Just be, because I know you've seen it already, Tiz. Blue, just the whole time in the baby shower, was making references and jokes about the shelter. Right, the shelter friend. Calling her the shelter friend. You said in Cali, yes. When she moved to Cali, and I don't know if she had a place in Cali initially and then lost the place and was waiting in the interim to get a new place, or if she came there without a place, I'm not sure. But she stayed in a shelter for 2 months, she said, with Superior. Nevaeh said she was there for 30 days, and her friend was like, it was 2 or 3 months. Nevaeh originally said 2 months. And then when she was talking with Blue, when he was talking to the friend, she tried to say 30 days. And then, then the friend said like 2 to 3 months, because I think the friend said she got her place afterwards. You said, Nevaeh said, I read it for OMG, that's terrible. But that shelter friend is probably the only person that cares about her. Keep talking about how she was in shelters and she out of the yes. Like he is making fun of that. Listen, when they was playing musical chairs, Just B, when the girl lost the musical chairs, he was like, oh, you lost, you and your child back to the shelter. That's what this nigga said. He like just at the baby shower, after he already did all of the things that he did before that, this became like a punchline for him. You said that's wait a minute. That's what Blue told her and said, I got the text. You said 60 days. Right. Blue called her on it because she did try to minimize it and say just 30 days. But then the friend said, well, I know she got over for me. The friend wasn't really trying to like put her out there. But then Blue was like, yeah, I got the text. So you said 60 days. But why? She just wanted to be in Cali that bad. I don't know, Just B. I don't know. That's the thing we don't know. And listen, that is something earlier in the live, earlier in Carlissa being live, that she was, and not in this, I'm sorry, it was another live. Carlissa was calling out. Carlissa was like, that she's starting to have some suspicion about Nevaeh's story, because she's like, I know Krishan really had those experiences, like had like the worst life experiences growing up from childhood. But she was like that Nevaeh, and some of the way that Nevaeh, some of the things, it's not adding up. She says she don't believe some of it. So, yeah, maybe she came for fame. Maybe she wanted that bad to come to Cali for fame or something. I don't know. I don't know. You said, hold on. You guys, I am trying to figure out why is this thing acting up like this. Hold on. You said, exactly, just because he wants to think that she can't make it without him. Yes, exactly. And Tiz, that's what I'm saying, that this is the dangerous part in how this stuff is being discussed online. Because I am saying that where he's pulling these girls from, whether people like it or not, are considered vulnerable populations. And when you're doing certain things to people that come from vulnerable populations, it can come with some legal consequences, and it can be translated another way. That's why I call him and Carlissa both a walking indictment. Like, I'm sorry, and I know that some people don't agree with it. They feel like these girls are making their own decisions and stuff like that. But then you don't put yourself in no kind of situation where you can be accused of some shit like this. And he is willingly setting the stage and setting himself up to be accused like that. It's like he wants to remind her to lower her. Yes, that's what he tell her. That's why he say the program. Part of the program. And then he mentioned something that is, you're going to be hazed. Yeah, when you into the program, you're going to get hazed. He said all of this is stuff that he has said. You said exactly, Just Me. That's manipulate. Yes, he knows how to break her down to submit to his effed up program. Yes, that's what I was saying. I hope she didn't just think she was so cute that a mere location change will provide you with riches. I think so. Maybe a man brought her out under false illusions. I don't know what the whole thing was about. I don't think we have all the whole details about it, but you know that she was dating, or let me not say that. NBA Youngboy was having sex with the girl. Now, I don't know if it was a relationship. I don't know what's going on, because you know NBA Youngboy got his own circus going on over there, okay? It's not out loud every day like this Blueface thing, but he got his own circus drama going on. And so she was dating NBA Youngboy, and that tattoo that is underneath her eye, that was his name. So I don't know what it was about, but from what Carlissa is leaning towards, maybe it's something about her story that is not checking all the way out. I believed all of the whole story, like that it was some kind of destitute situation of why she needed to be in the shelter and all of that other stuff. But now, then finding out the, because I don't know, I think it might have been NBA Youngboy she was involved with, and then I think what's that other one? It's another one. NLE Chopper. Didn't they say something about she was messing with him too? I think it's a couple, and I think it might be some more backstory to how she got into a situation, a circumstance, or either what brought her here or something that I think is not yet being discussed. And I think at some point that is going to become content. You said, let's see. I hope she didn't just think she was so. Oh yeah, I read that part already. Right, you got his number. I'll ring his line. He said maybe a man brought her out under false illusions. Right, you got his number. I'll ring his line. I'm telling you, get in the inbox, Just Be. I didn't hear about Chopper, but maybe I don't know if it's Chopper for sure. I thought I heard somebody say something about Chopper, her and Chopper, but I don't know for sure. But I do know the NBA Youngboy. Yes, that was confirmed. And NBA Youngboy confirmed that, right? So yeah, get into the inbox, just be on IG. Go on the IG, get into the inbox, and let's see what we gotta find out. We gotta put your investigative part like the infamous. We're gonna call you the infamous Just Be. Well, if the rich man left her stranded, that may explain a lot of this. Listen, and then he said that to her going to the baby shower. If you was involved with all these rich men and had all this opportunity, why did you end up in the shelter? He asked her this. Why did you end up in the shelter? This how I know you ain't about the business. This how I know you ain't about your business. This how I know you ain't about shit. Because if you was about shit and you claiming all of these niggas, then why wouldn't you would have never ended up in the shelter? This is what he was saying. I didn't. Oh, okay, wait a minute, wait. These cases, they needing me to go. Yes, Just Be. Get the tea and bring it back. Because we need to know how many of these young rappers have you been with, ma'am? Now, you know you done seen about 4 potential baby daddies come forward and say they that baby's daddy. And then, look, she had a nerve to be on the live today talking about, guys, just please stop comparing my child to other people. They're not the father. Well, bitch, how do you expect more better treatment than somebody else? You, the other day, she just told Blue that Ronnie is Junior father. And I mean, I'm just saying, if you can say it about somebody else, it can be said about you. Because 4 niggas have come forward and said it. And said that they had been with her in the months leading up to her getting pregnant by Blueface. And some of them showed some proof. And then she showed some, I don't know what's the truth. But I'm just saying, that's what happened. You that is so hard. Yeah. It's crazy. Wait a minute, y'all. I done messed up and then messed up on the thing.
Wars could be like, I do this in my private time and nobody knows. No.
Hold
on. And you compare me to these people. You know how bad I want to sit you on the bench. You have to have good discernment as a mother. So for Jonathan to have to be reaching out right now and passing out orders and my son ain't going to do this and my son ain't going to do that.
Okay, wait a minute.
So what's tequila? Y'all know I'm new to this and I'm really on this because my Patreon is down right now because
I didn't miss something.
Giving them hints. Y'all remember when Jaden was mad at me and wouldn't let me see my grandkids and hanging out, laughing in my face, kikiing, would come out the woodwork and we want them over here. And they switched Callie's school 3 times. And when it comes to like your kids, these are your children. They're going to be the godmom to one, but not the other. And then how you going to announce to be my baby's godmom when you ain't asked to be this nigga's godmom? He don't have no blessing on him. He don't have that on him. So you just want to go over here where there's one at. And you see how the mother don't even think about it. You want to be Jonathan's God, baby's God.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Okay, so what she's speaking to here, she's talking about the situation with Wack and R&B. Wait a minute, give me 1 second. In 8 months, the new baby is going to be active. Krishan is really going to catch hell then. Just Be. I don't know. You said this is so this is so horrible. She's better be ready for her baby to be talked about like exactly Tiz. And I'm too good for low down behavior, but I'm going to pop popcorn in case the apocalypse comes. Yes, like listen, this is a mess. So what she's talking about here, right here, is a situation with Wack and R&B. R&B was in the delivery room. And that's where the segment got made that she's the godma and the grandma. And, you know, she asked R&B to be the grandma. Nevaeh don't even know R&B. Then asked R&B to be the baby the baby's godmother. And this is the thing. So Carlissa is pointing out exactly what I was saying to y'all. Do you understand, like, what you're seeing? The reason why Wack and R&B are doing what they're doing is because they don't like Krishan. And because Kim, who is currently still Wack's wife, is Krishan's manager. So what they are doing with Nevaeh is a play. And Carlissa explained, WAC has always been pissed that he doesn't profit off of anything that has to do with the Krishan Blueface tag. He doesn't make any money off of it. And then R&B is WAC's girlfriend, but Kim is WAC's wife. Now, Kim did file for divorce. The divorce hasn't been final yet, right? But Kim manages Krishan and her box and stuff and all of that, right? And so now R&B then latched on over there to Nevaeh, and you got WAC big bald-headed ass sitting up in the hospital with the goddamn sticker on showing what goddamn hospital they in. You said, so that's why WAC posted, yeah, the real, right, yes. And so Carlissa is speaking on that. She spoke on that about the way, yeah, this baby is healthy. This is what WAC is in there saying this shit. You said people are going to say it was a Blue baby, and Blue might try to do her like he oh yeah. And you know, when he does it, Tears, he's going to tell her, just like he told her the other day. When she was in my house, this is how he shut Nevaeh up. When Krishan was in my house, and she was you, and she was in my house, and she was pregnant, and all of that, guess who was running around with me? You. So how are you now trying to expect her to have more respect for you than you had for her? That's what he asked her. Why should she have more regard, more respect for you than you had with her? He told her, you are a hypocrite. Blue told that girl, you are a hypocrite. Just be, I know you clutching your pearls. I know you are. You said people, so that's why WAC posted, yeah, the real G. Okay, yeah, I guess that will happen too. These people are nuts, but these people could go to court and have DNA tests done. They choose not to. Yeah, they do. They choose not to. But I don't, like I said, I don't know all of what the DNA situation, whatever. What all I'm saying is this though. What you did to someone else or what you participated in with somebody else, don't expect it not to be done to you. These people are going to do the same thing to you. You don't get no special exception. You said they can buy a DNA test at the pharmacy. Exactly. So, that business who did the DNA test with Zeus, they confirmed the results and said that Krishan's results are accurate. And they are saying that they would not even put, there's representatives that came from that saying they would not even put their business name in jeopardy by trying to rig no DNA test. And so maybe that is why she don't want to give in to the people and do what it is that they want her to do, because she feel like it's all on some BS to try to manipulate her or whatever. You said they could, but these are trustworthy people. Yeah. Me, if there was any question, I'm going through the court ordered route so that there's no question. We ain't doing no voluntary tests. We ain't going to go hide nobody. You already hear the people saying that when Nevaeh did the lie detector test, the debt was rigged. So you don't think whatever this DNA test that you take that the people going to not try to say that's rigged too? They're going to still say it. You said exactly. That is definitely his son. He is just evil. Right. Very. They're like the diagnostic places like we wouldn't put our stamp our name on something just for no sake of no content. These people play like that. But that don't mean that no establishment that does this shit is gonna play with people like that. So that's their reputation. They ain't gonna mess around with their reputation for this stupid mess. So, but people believe how and what they want. But I would probably feel more comfortable saying, let's have a court audit test so that it could just be clear. You said, especially for Krishan, her kid is disabled. You got one time to not claim out. Exactly. Just because it makes it feel like that's why you're not doing it. That if the child wasn't disabled and had came out all of what they imagined, then you would be claiming the child. But it makes it, to me, as a mother, I'm going to feel like you're doing it because my child is disabled. So, like, that like I said, I don't condone none of that. I don't even understand why she would even help him in any regard. I wouldn't be doing any kind of contact with him. It's no kind of get back I would be trying to get at him. But you know, these people, their mindset is different. They think differently. They just do.
Mother, okay. Vengeance belongs to the Lord. I don't got nothing to do with that. I hope that they all prosper off of it. We're prospering over here. Jonathan's kids are prospering over here. Y'all better support Pink Face LLC and everything that she puts out, because all of her learning materials will be. Pink Face is just beyond years with her.
As long as they ain't learning her how to cuss, okay? As long as Pink Face is learning materials and not teaching children around the United States to cuss. You said, I don't wish harm on any baby, but if Nevaeh kid turned out to be disabled, that would be a hell of a plot. Oh, yeah. Or it don't even have to be just like a physical disability, some type of health problem that couldn't be detected. What they gonna say then? What they gonna say? I don't wish no harm on that like that either. Just be, but that's why you don't do that. That's why you don't do that. I'm sorry.
Her with her mind and her education. So anything that she put out for your kids to learn from, trust and believe they're going to learn something from it. And not just because of the material, but because the anointing and the favor that's over her life. Okay? So.
Right. Yes, Tears.
Why does Blue keep saying he's not his kid? I don't know what him and Krishan have established that we don't know. I don't know what they know. And maybe God just wanted to be my baby. I don't know. Maybe God just wanted me to make sure that I just keep him in my prayers. And if they fall short, to help them. And that's all I tried to do. When Krishan and John was in jail, them people that's trying to be the godparents didn't send that baby $1. Okay. Both parents in jail, and you don't try to reach out and do nothing.
That's because Wag don't like
woulda, shoulda. It could
he don't like Krishan. He didn't care about the baby.
You know what I'm saying? You should be reaching out, trying to help all the kids. Pink Face is a full vibe. Yes, she is, and she will be. I know everything. My son tells me everything. When he was in that cell rotting by himself, he told me everything. I'm the one who told him business is business and personal is personal. You keep your business relationships. I am the one who told him to continue business relationships. You don't get emotional when it comes to business, and you don't look for business partners to be partners for you when you down.
Yeah, she's fed up because it's not just about the women.
And
it's
you don't
about
trust people who come along
situation.
You for a chosen one.
Husband.
If they don't fuck with
him. Girl, Sappho stay
other
out
kids.
this,
I've never allowed that. If Jonathan's mom or any one of the kids' moms brought something over for my kids, they already knew Carlissa. Oh, I got them something too. Now, it might not have been just as nice, but my kids got something in the package when they kid got something else. You don't come in and say, I want to be your baby godmama. Well, what about him? What about what's wrong with him? You don't want to be his godmama too? He's a beautiful boy. I would have never came in and be like, I'm this baby's godmom. When I came in, I told Superior, I'm going to be your grandma. Ha ha, how do you like that? That's what I told him. She don't even got common sense enough to look what's good for him. I would never go now and be
Let me tell you something. The way she talked, because she tried to sell the baby face. I said, this is when I said, oh yeah, this about to be something. You said she said what to do for something. Listen, Callie had to fight a couple of Carlissa men, okay? But they almost got into a fight. I don't think they actually got into the fight that day, Tiz, but yeah, they was close to coming into getting in the fight. Sappho said he want her out the house. He want her out his house. You said, child, these people are aliens. Just be, you already said that. We already didn't establish that, okay? Yes, that is what happened. Now, what was she saying? Yo, so Superior. So when she was on the thing trying to sell it, talking about, yeah, no, you're not putting my baby face on the internet. They got to pay money to see my baby face on the internet. Girl, you put Superior up on this and put him on the chopping block like it was goddamn Black Friday. You put poor Superior up on the chopping block like it's Black Friday. You didn't demand nothing to get his face plastered over this goddamn internet. But you want to try to say, oh, they gonna have to pay the money. Exactly. That's why you didn't get it. That's why they didn't even reach over 500 subscribers on that kit. Because when she said that probably really turned the people off. How you go from 60 to 50,000 subscriber reaching the 2 days before because of the drama that Blueface and Krishan stirred up, and then now you can't even get 500. You can't even get 500. Like that is insane. That is crazy. To see a cute little baby face? No. Them people say, guess what? We don't care about your baby. We hope he treats your baby like a prop, like he do the rest of them. You say Superior kind of look Doug Funny from Nickelodeon. Yes, he does a little bit. But he's cute. Yeah, he is cute. But yes, he does kind of look like that. Just be, yeah. But you said goddamn dumpster juice. Yes, like it's a mess. Like what do you mean? What do you mean? You got Superior when Superior's dad called Nevaeh the other day and was on the phone saying that he doesn't like how Blueface is handling Superior because he's seeing it online. She had a nerve to ask him why you don't like it, because your son got clout. Why? You ain't calling and checking on your daughters. Why you not calling and checking on your daughters? You calling and checking on your son because your son got clout? This is what Nevaeh asked that boy. Y'all, we watch Blueface. Just be, you gotta go watch this part, y'all. Because it gave all of us mothers here on the internet, if we ain't had agree on nothing else, and you know, and I got to say this, and I ain't trying to be funny because you know I love them both, right? But Pat and Angie agreed on this, okay? When we watched Blueface throw that baby up in the air at that baby shower, and it was bad enough that he was throwing them up in the air. We talking about Superior. Throwing him up in the air. It was bad enough of how high he was throwing them. But that pool was right there. Oh my gosh. The whole baby shower would have ended. The whole baby shower would have ended if I was there. Like, that was ridiculous. Like, if he would have made one mistake, that boy could have been paralyzed from hitting that pavement, if not unalived. And all she's sitting there is like, oh, no, she can't stop him. He just keep continuously just throwing him. And I felt like he was doing it on purpose because after Superior's dad called, I felt like he was doing it to agitate the situation. You said, wait, Superior has a real... Yes, Just be. And Nevaeh alleges the reason that she does not allow Superior to go over and spend time with his real father is because Superior doesn't spend time with him. And that when he goes over there, that he has him spend time with whoever his significant other or whatever is over there. And so that's why she doesn't let Superior go over there. Now, when she first took her little ass over the Blues and she was just going over there occasionally, like in the beginning, she was letting Superior go over with his daddy. And it seemed like Superior had been going over with his daddy prior to that. But then now, all of a sudden, now that you got Blue, oh, now he's not spending no time. Okay, so I want to see what's going to happen when you feel like Blue's not doing it. Because he don't do it with the other kids, so why you don't think it's going to happen to yours? Are you going to do the same thing? Nope. You going to have your ass right there, still just dealing with the shit. You said my niece was really good at gymnastics. We'd be walking and she'd be start flipping on concrete. I was terrified. You can't die on my wife. Right. But this is him. I'm telling you, Just be. This is him actually throwing and tossing this boy up in the air, high as hell. Like, it gave all of us a heart attack twice watching it. You said the daddy is in Cali. I'm assuming so. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know what the details were about this. I don't know what the details were about when she went into the shelter. What that's all about. Because Superior was going to go visit with the daddy. I'm assuming they were in Cali, but at the time, Superior was not enrolled in school. So it's possible that maybe they lived somewhere else outside of Cali. I don't know. But she is basically saying she was in the shelter with Superior. So Superior was born by then. Like I said, I don't know what the details are, but it seems like the Carlista might have some additional details that might end up coming out at some point, because y'all know how she gets. When she don't care for somebody, she is going to get it out.
Baby, I had already told her other son, I'm going to be your grandma. You see what I'm saying? You got to know what to look for when you just allow people to be in the presence of your children. In order for me to get my son where he's at today, all my kids, where they at today, I had to, they're very special people. So whether they played this or played that or did this or did that, coaches would come out the woodwork and we want them over here. And they switched Callie's school 3 times in high school. Well, can you bring her over here? We're going to do this, this, and this. You have to have discernment. You have to have good intentions. My daughter signed a full ride scholarship with a torn ACL on crutches. Now, she didn't get to go where she was offered Pepperdine, USC with a torn ACL, but she still managed to get a full ride scholarship on a torn ACL. You have to be able to have good discernment. And I told her, pull back, go over here, do this, do that, because these people going to do this, do that. They're going to rehab you. They're going to do this, do that. Them people going to sit you on the bench. You have to have good discernment as a mother. So for Jonathan to have to be reaching out right now and passing out orders and my son ain't going to do this and my son ain't going to do that. Like, and then you pick one of his people that's talking about my son to be your kid's godmom. That means your other son just about to be looking at people play with you in your face. That's what I didn't like. I appreciate the help, I do. But I don't like the scenario. I don't like people using my kids. Now, if we in business and you know what I'm saying, you're gonna do this, do that, that's cool. We in business. But I don't go playing with no babies for no business. I don't play with the grandkids for business. Blue don't trust nobody either. He just knows I'm a businesswoman. He just knows how to do business. He don't trust nobody. Tell him no woman moves.
Well, and that is true. I can say that, y'all, because Blue told Nevaeh before Carlista said this. Blue said something to Nevaeh.
I can't tell him who to bring in about his house. You know what I'm saying?
She's kissing wagging RB ass.
If he wants to bring somebody in there that has 6 abortions and 3 people possibilities, and you want to bring that type of thing into your house, amongst your other children, your other daughters may turn into prostitutes too, because that's a spirit. Y'all, and it's nothing personal, because y'all remember when Jaden was mad at me as fuck at me, and I be giving them hints. Y'all remember when Jaden was mad at me and wouldn't let me see my grandkids and hanging out, laughing in my face, kikiing with my son, and I look on the internet and I see a whole prostitute, her holding journey. What did I say? If somebody's seen it, let us know. What did I say? As soon as I seen that girl, out of all the people in the world, as soon as I seen that girl holding my baby, what did I say? Why she got this prostitute holding the baby? You got a whole stripper.
And look, so now, this is what I'm saying. This is how things, when people are saying stuff in real time and they're not really like paying attention to what they're saying, she is saying this is a prostitute. This is someone that her son was having relations with. You see how then this starts to build up into things? I'm telling you, like, they are, like I said, this is, I hope that it doesn't end up in that way,
in front of us in the public,
they creating it for him.
Turns out she's the one who slept with her. I was so mad, but that's what grandparents have the ability to see that you can't see. You see what I'm saying? They over there talking about this my baby, this my grandbaby, my god baby. Now, if that motherfucker don't turn out to be Blues, they better still be your baby's godparents. That's what I do know. Because when you pick godparents, you've known them over the years. You know how they raise their children.
Yep, and I agree
You
with
know
that.
they have
You said
good
who is the
fruit.
person? No,
You
she's
know
talking
that if
about
something happened to
Sadie.
you, that them is the
She's
people that
talking
you
about
trust.
Sadie. So Sadie, well, she calls Nevaeh a prostitute too, just be. So to clarify, yes, she Nevaeh too. But in this particular instance, she's talking about Sadie being a prostitute. So Sadie is the girlfriend of Bravo. And you know, Bravo is the one that Jaden slept with, the friend that Jaden slept with to get back at Blue. And the reason why they slept with each other was to get back in Blue and Sadie, because Sadie and Blue was doing each other. So Sadie was Jaden's good girlfriend. And this is what Carlissa is talking about. But my whole point is that when you are saying stuff like this and you are framing it in this way, these are the things that ending up in the courtroom later as evidence for certain crimes, right? This is how you end up catching a case, because you're talking about this like so casually of what's going on, but look at all of the things that are being put in play to make this machine go. And then you're talking about doing and making these things for profit. You're making profit out of this thing you're doing, and that can end up evolving into something else. And then next thing you know, you and your son is sitting behind bars like Cash Out and his mama. I'm just saying, them people in Atlanta put them people in jail.
Raising your kid. Before I let anybody speak over my kid and say they're my kids, God kids, first of all, they're going to believe in God. And second of all, I need to see your fruit. I need to see what your fruit is doing. Because y'all over here promoting Jonathan like he Jesus Christ. Why y'all not promoting your own kids like this? Why y'all don't have your own kids in the blog?
Because they don't want their kids out here acting no fool to make no money. They okay with your child out here acting a fool to get money. Just me, what you laughing at? I am telling you, if 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years from now, we see Carlissa ass looking like Cleo sitting up in the jail in the mugshot photo and Blueface with all them tattoos over his face. If we see them in an indictment, I will not be surprised. I won't be shocked, and I don't want to see nobody making no excuses, because they have laid all of the groundwork in the foundation. Just like people don't like how people take the law and twist it in order to try to formulate these types of indictments. Guess what? If you know that that's the blueprint, you should avoid engaging in a behavior that will get you in that situation. And ain't none of these people doing that. They are all drinking, having fun, and being merry. And then what do the scriptures say? Then come the flood. Okay? And when that flood comes, it is going to come.
The lady's kids in the blogs trying to take over her kid in ways that's beyond business. Because when he was in jail, he didn't hear from nobody.
Well, Just B, this is the reality. What he's doing right now can be interpreted as that. And that's exactly the point I'm making. And then what happens, and that's what I'm saying, what is happening when Blueface drops them off, then Carlissa picks them up. So Blueface then drops him off by the wayside, and then Carlissa picks him up, and then she is also using him. And Jaden said something the other day in a rebuttal to her that I was like, yeah, this is exactly what these type of indictments are made of. So she was bashing Jaden's friend for encouraging her to get back at Blueface with Bravo because of the situation with Sadie, right? And so as a result, Jaden and Sam, the girl to be on the line with her, did a little skit. And the skit was basically what Blueface has said to her and has said to these women. And it's like, you sitting up here talking about a friend trying to manipulate me, trying to tell me, trying to give me advice, trying to force me to do something, convincing me to do something I shouldn't do. Your son, that's all that he does. And in the skit, Sam and Jayden did, yeah, people laughed about it, but that's really what he's doing. Blueface had Nevaeh just be on here singing, well, it's hard out here for a pimp when you're trying to get the money for the rent. With the Cadillacs and gas money spent, got a whole lot of bitches jumping shit. Okay? Blueface had her singing that. And when she was on, and I know that is just a movie, right? 3-6 Mafia won some awards behind it, okay? But that is exactly what it seems like that Blueface is recreating. And this could kind of like maybe be looking like it's crimes. You said you know the Sauce Factory from Houston. One of them moved into an apartment right across from me. Holes in it. I hate them. Oh my God. Oh my God, Jasmine. You said, child, I just gotten an alert that Harry and Meghan are moving back to the UK. We can talk about that later. Yes. Oh, when are they moving back? Why are they moving back? Child. I guess the money ran out. I guess they had to move back there because maybe Tyler Perry, you know, he's not funding them anymore. I don't know. Because I know that wasn't they saying in one of Tyler Perry properties? Child, Lord have mercy.
You see where I'm going with this about discernment and you just having babies with anybody? Now, if something happened to you, this the motherfucker that's stuck with your kid. Your lineage, your name. You gave these people your name.
All right. I'm getting up off of here with Carlissa now, y'all. Because now Carlissa, she really going in.
As soon as a motherfucker try to say they my kids anything.
I gotta hang up on Carlissa now. I gotta hang up. She going back to the loud. Let me say, yeah, he was actually a good rapper and very personable, but him and his hoes kept parking in the fire. That was the first. Damn, you listen, Justin, you was afraid you might try to think you was one of them. So wrap you up in that bullshit. You said, I don't know why they coming back, but money was my first thought. They had bought their own house. Okay, because I know when they first came, that he provided them somewhere to stay, but I didn't know if they got their own place or not. But look, listen, y'all, we gotta get up off of here. I done been up on here laughing with y'all for 4 hours, okay? We gotta get back off of him. But I just wanted to show that. I wanted to show that situation and how this morning, when that situation with Javon, it was bothering me because of what I seen. Carlissa kind of confirmed that, yes, something that Javon is going through. These adults need to get up off of this damn internet with this fucking fuckery. They really do. And I know they not, but I just want the people to see, like, this is having an impact on these kids. And all the money in the world don't make up for that. You said you got to go catch up on KVD. Yeah, I did a live just be about Mob James' testimony. So go check that out because I don't want to repeat it all in here. We'll be sitting here for a long time. Girl, Mob James said it all. So I'm about to go and try to get caught up on that now too. That's why I said let me go. So I'm going to try to go get caught up on that. Okay, you guys? And I will talk to you guys again soon because I'm sure something else is going to happen. It's possible I might come back a little later just to do a really quick wrap up after I watch stuff with the child because I think it wasn't supposed to start until 4 o'clock today, their time or something. Well, I don't know if it was 4 our time or 4 this time, but I know it's supposed to be in the afternoon because Keefe's attorney had something to do in another case, and so they were coming for the afternoon. So we probably behind, but not too much. You said Mob James said he don't have time for this. He said he don't have time. He told Keefe D, you need to tell your lawyer to shut up. You really do. You need to tell your lawyer, stop asking me all these questions because if I have to answer these questions, it's going to be bad for you. It is going to be bad for you, okay? And he was allowed to say that in front of the jury. And I am like, oh my God. It's Mob James. It's already bad for him just by you saying that. You might as well go ahead and tell us the story because you've already made it bad for him just by saying that. I was so, look, and then I thought it was, the whole thing was hilarious, just to be, the judge allowed him apologize to Keefe D and everything. Man, I'm sorry. I didn't want to come here and put you in jail. Man, I know we don't like each other, but I did not want to come here and put you in jail. You said Lord don't respect an OG when they see one. Exactly. Like, listen, Reggie's testimony was, but it was Mob James' testimony took the cake, especially because we listened to a lot of foundation and a lot of first responders and people coming in to read stuff into the record and stuff. So it was those first couple of days, it was like drag, and then a little bit listening to that, even though it's important information. When they put Mob James on that stand after lunch, baby, oh my goodness. When he asked the judge, could he say something? The judge should have said no. See, this is where you need a African-American judge to deal with these types of situations, because they know what's about to happen. That white lady was not ready. If she would have been ready, she would have said no. You cannot say nothing else. But she let him in front of that jury apologize. Man, I'm sorry. I know we don't like each other, man. I don't want you to go to jail. Oh, I cannot. And just V, look, tell me this, y'all. Okay. I said this on my live earlier, but let me say this. So, do you remember the question that the juror asked him? The question that the juror asked Mob James. Tell me what you think about it. The question that the juror asked Mob James was, is it a reason, or do you know the reason why Reggie did not allow his security to have guns that night? It was something to that effect. Just me. It wasn't nowhere in the questioning of Mob James where none of that came up. Nothing came up about Reggie telling his security that they could not have guns in the club that night. You said you might have been, okay, that happened before he apologized to Keefe, okay? They asked the jurors, like, do you have any questions? And so this juror passed the question to the judge and asked this question. And I'm thinking, yes, they on the internet listening to this fucking bullshit. And they passed a question to the judge that was not entered into testimony. Nothing about it was entered into testimony. So I'm like, flag on the play. Is somebody going to call into question this juror? And what it is, you said somebody cousin sent that to, either the cousin sent it or they already was thinking about it because they already knew it before they got on the jury, one or the other. And you didn't put that, we know for a fact that is going to have some weight into how you make a determination on this case. And ain't nothing about that has been presented as facts in this case. This judge admonished you that you need to only listen to the facts and the evidence in this courtroom. But this fool didn't pass a message to the judge with a question where nothing about the testimony had anything to do with that. And I'm waiting for the judge to say, wait a minute. Because the judge sat there and listened to the testimony. She listened to the testimony of the people who came before that. What made you ask this man that question? It was the black Jew. That's what I said to you. I said, I bet you it's the fucking black Jew. I bet you it's the black juror. I said the same thing. You said, I don't want no blacks on my shirt. Listen, Keefe might end up getting off, but for that, Keefe might pull an OJ with that juror sitting on there. Because why did he ask that? That means that you think Reggie did something. Right, if you did it, just be you want him on it. If you didn't do it, it might not work for you. right? But if you did it, you might want him on there. I was like, oh my God. And I'm waiting for the judge to put everybody out the room and start questioning that juror. Like, and look, I had to do this because I started noticing about some of the things that Sanif Keefe, lawyer, some of the stuff he was doing. I said, he been listening to Choke. Some of this research that he got it from Choke. When I listen to somebody and I'm familiar with their content and how they speak about stuff, I'm like, okay, if I hear it again, I'm like, okay, this came from here, right? I know where that came from. This is where this part came from, because this is this person's content. Some of the stuff that Keefe's lawyer was saying, that was coming from Choke. You said how fine you think that lady was that was in the car. One of them, Ingrid, she testified already. I don't know if it's supposed to be any more of the ladies that was in the car coming in to testify, but Ingrid was in the car. And Ingrid said that she took offense. Her and her friend, yeah, I didn't see the friend yet, but Ingrid testified already, and Ingrid said she was appalled that they had her sitting on that curb with her fucking Gucci. She said the police treated us horrible. You know, we just went back so that we could try to help them out, but they treated. You said, yeah, but how fine was she 30 years ago? Yeah, I don't know, because Ingrid said none of the rest of them knew Suge. Only the one friend in the car knew Suge. So I wonder if that's the one that's going to testify, or there's some other friend, because I think she said it was 4 of them in the car. You said, I know that's right. Yeah, Ingrid said she did not like the police. And she said they had them sitting out on that curb. And she said at any given time, the shooters could have came past there, seen them sitting on that curb, and then that would have made them targets and all of this. She said then they took them down. Ingrid was a character too, but nothing like Mob James. Yes, that juror asked that. Let me tell you, Choke has fed some information to that Sanif. Now, Sanif did not take any of Choke's advice when it came to using that Brandy narrative on the Oprah Winfrey Show and lying about her pregnancy. He did not take that advice in the opening statements. But some of the stuff that Sanif is saying, I'm like, that's coming from Choke, right? So I was like, let me go watch Choke while Mob James is testifying. Because I watched AB the first day, and then yesterday I flipped in between AB and Pam. And then, but I was like, I need to go watch Choke because I need to see Choke's face while Mob James is testifying, right? I go over there to watch Choke. When the juror asked that question, you know what he said? He stopped and said, good question. I'm like, this ain't no good question, nigga. This ain't even part of the testimony. Like, they're letting it be known. Instead of, at least if you want to be a tainted juror, keep quiet and be tainted. Don't pass a question to the judge that might expose you being tainted. Just keep it. Black people we can't never do nothing right. Why he didn't just sit his ass up in that jury box and don't say nothing, don't ask not one question, don't say anything. No. He gotta bring his ass and send the question to the to the judge to ask this question. Now, I don't know if it's gonna fly over the people's head or not. Hey, Pat Boo. I don't know if it's gonna fly over the people's head or not. But that juror asked about Reggie Wright and why he did not have his security armed that night. And we all know that comes from YouTube commentary. You said, blacks gotta keep black. Exactly. Like, just sit your ass up in that jury box and shut the hell up. And then when it comes time for you to get in the deliberation room, then you render your I'm not budging, not guilty verdict. Why would you pass a question to the judge to indicate to people with some good working sense that you have been paying attention to this YouTube commentary and that is what you are going to be considering when you are in the deliberation room. That Mob James didn't say nothing about Reggie Wright and no firearms or none of that stuff. Mob James said he had his firearms. He had guns. He said, I don't even know nothing about whether what they was told or not, but I know we had guns. But he didn't even testify to them not having no guns. That was never even asked. And that juror sent that question right up to the judge. Right up to the judge. You said because the government told them not to have guns and it was all the stuff. Yeah, just be. That's their theory. The government told them not to have guns so they can come in the club and kill Tupac, but they didn't never come in the club and kill Tupac. They killed them in the car on the way to the to the club. Make all of that make sense, right? Reggie staged the whole thing, and he was part of the operation. And for them to tell all the security was back at the club with no guns. And except for the unofficial security, they all had them, right? But none of the official security had it. And then, that was supposed to be the stage unaliving the Tupac, but only it ends up happening on the boulevard instead of at the club. Make all of that make sense. This is crazy. This is crazy. So y'all listen, let's go. I'm about to go. You said 2X, what are the chances that they ran into the nephew at the fight? I've seen people I know on the same row as me at NFL games, and there's a lot more than at a fight. Listen, Just B, I did a live this morning, I think. Yeah, this morning. And I gave with my theory, what I think. And I believe that was part of the arranging what to occur. I think Orlando was sent to, especially after listening to Mob James' testimony, and when he was asked why was Orlando targeted, and Mob James was like, this is where, when the prosecutor asked him that, and he said, see, this is where I'm about to become a hostile witness. I don't think that it was more so that Orlando was a target than it was that Orlando was sent over there purposefully to start and kick off what it did to make it look like it was gang related when really this had to do with Puff and Suge. And so go back and listen when you get a chance, listen to my video to see how I lay out my thinking on that, because I have been thinking about that since we were reading the book. Yeah, it took me out. He's like, listen, you don't want to know the answer to that, because I think that Orlando was sent there to kick off what would be made to look like a gang war when this was already coordinated. That's my opinion. I think that's why when you listen to the stuff Kurt Burrows has put out there, when you listen to some of the other people and the things that they have had to say about that night, then you keep talking about he got a gun from Zip and all of this other stuff. And I know a lot of people want to act like they don't want to believe it because they believe the government did it, but I don't believe that. I think that this is, it's bits and pieces, and everybody is only telling a bit and piece so that it cannot be successfully prosecuted, right? Because you got to wonder if you can rely on the reliability of all of these people telling the story, right? But I think that Orlando, Baby Lane, went over there with the intentions to jumpstart and kick off the beef between them that night so that it can appear that this was a gang-related thing. Because what did Mob James say on the stand? Mob James said that when something goes down, that we are the guys that go to jail. We know that already. They brought us in and they pay us unofficially on the payroll so that if something happened and somebody go down, we know it's going to be one of us. And so if that's how it was working on the death row side, I absolutely believe that's how it was working over on the other side. And so I think that they had to stage and coordinate and create some type of scenario to make it look like that these people, these two gangs were in rivalry with each other. And that's how it all started, that it was gang related. And Mob James says on the stand, there was no real beef between the Southside Crips and the Pyrus. The beef was originally between Puff and Suge. And as a result of that, Puff went and hired the Southside Crips. And then I don't know if he said then it became something that was between Keefe and Suge. This is what Mob James said. And he said that, and I think it was probably because Suge was probably pissed that Keefe went over there to provide protection to Puff and Bad Boy. And so that's where he went and got it hired unofficially the Pyrus. So, and that's what my thing's like. It wasn't really where it started with us. It was no beef with us until we got involved with them. You said, I think they just had beef. They may have been influenced by Diddy's money, but it was beef on top of other beefs. Orlando was involved in it. Yes, but even they are saying even that had to do with, so what Mob James essentially was saying, Just Be, is that the way that the rivalry was happening between these two gangs, it started because Puff went to go get protection. I guess after Suge had did what he did, signed Pac, got Pac out of jail, signed Pac, brought him over there. You know that whole thing with Pac, the shooting over there at the studio and all of that, right? When that happened, and then Suge went over there and did all of that for Puff. Puff supposedly got scared. He was shook, especially after that Source Award thing. And so he enlisted the security of the Southside Crips, with Keefe D being prominent in securing that security. But Keefe was known to communicate with Von Zip. So if you look at the same situation, it will be kind of like Reggie Wright and Mob James saying official and unofficial, right? And so it was that situation. So then he's saying that action, Keefe D agreeing to secure Puff and Bad Boy, that Suge looked like that and looked at that like that was betrayal. Why would you do that? And so Suge went and got enlisted the Pyrus. And that's why Mob James said, no, Suge wasn't with the Pyrus. He became part of the Pyrus when he did that. He said Suge was just a neighborhood dude we was cool with, blah, blah, blah. He was always outside of that gang stuff. He wasn't. But when that happened, then this is what happened. So you say, yeah, but I think Mob was saying no real beef. But when egos and money, yes, get involved, it turned into something else. Diddy better be praying hard. Yes, exactly. Just be, because like you said, remember when we were reading the book, we brought that up. How is it coincidence that you did all of this claiming of coordination and Diddy had put bounties on the head? And then I was listening to Murder after I reread the book. I didn't get to come online with you guys about this, but I was listening to Murder Raps. I think that's what it's called, that documentary or whatever. And Little C's is on a recording speaking to a detective. I guess he was questioned about some things. I don't know if this was when Biggie was unalive or what, but there were questions that Little C's was asked, and so he was asked questions about Keefe D. And Little C's apparently appointed Keefe D out in a lineup that, yes, that's somebody I've seen before, right? Because you know they had some suspicion that Keefe D might have had something to do with the unaliving of Big. And let me tell you something, my theory does go deeper and bigger than just what I just said, right? I do have some more to that, right? But so when Little C's was on the thing, he said one particular time when they went in Manheim, they were in a room full of Southside Crips. This is what Little C's is saying when he's being questioned, I guess, about Biggie's situation by some detectives. And he says they were in Manheim and in a room full of schoolyard Crips, that Puff put a standing $1 million bounty on Suge's head or something like that. on Suge's head. I can't. I think he might have said Suge's head because at that time Pac was, I think, gone already. And so then they said there was he said it was multiple times that he said he always seen Puff having this security with this, you know, he knew that this outside Crips was securing them. And that he said that they were in Manheim and Puff had made this statement putting this $1 million bounty, I guess, on Suge's head. So I guess since they didn't execute it with Suge, when that whole thing happened with Pop, that it was still placed on their head, right? And so when Keefe in the book, even though this is after the event, but it does kind of like confirm some of the language, when Keefe is saying that it was a known fact, that this was a standard thing. Remember I was saying like there was no formal confirmation in the book saying like that Puff made some arrangement and said, okay, we doing this night, blah, blah, blah. Well, apparently it was like some standing order that any given opportunity, whoever can bring me, bring the John the Baptist, bring me the Baptist, right? Puff did a bring me the Baptist. Bring me his head on a silver platter, and then this is what you get in return. And so Little C said that in his, I guess it would be considered an interrogation. They was questioning him, I guess, after the events of Big. And so he was talking to the detective, and this is what he said. So this kind of corroborates and confirms that there was some kind of standing thing that existed where whoever can bring me the head of Pac and Suge, this is what I have for you. This is what you have in store. You said, considering what we know about Diddy, I believe just about exactly. So, and like I said, that was in Murder Raps. That was Little C's, and that was back when the whole thing happened with Big. That recording came from. So, I don't know. Like, I think that let me tell you the second part of what I potentially think. This is my opinion. This is my theory. I think that after the whole thing happened with Pac, in order to try to end the beef between the two gangs, because this is what Mob said. And I was thinking, I already thought this before Mob said it yesterday, but Mob has kind of confirmed some of my thinking, right? So when he said originally, he was like, you know, it was that Keefe was securing Bad Boy. Suge had an issue about that. He came and got the power rules. And then that's when we started having these troubles with one another, right? And it was really not our beef. He said, and then it became a beef between Suge and Keefe. Y'all, let me tell you what I think. And this might be something that other people say too. I don't know. I haven't heard anybody say it, but it's reasonable to think that there are other people out here who might think this. I think that after that happened and Pac was unalived, and they talk about Orlando going over to go get this $60,000 to not testify against Suge, and there was some type of discussions on trying to end the beef. And when Marv James is talking about that part, I think that there was an agreement between Keefe and Suge that they was going to allow to happen with Big to happen to Big. And to even go even more further, I think Puff might have been willing to allow it to do it. I think that it's possible. It might just be the first part that I think, but I wouldn't put it past Puff that he was willing to allow it to happen. Because remember, remember they talked about some transitioning that Big was in some negotiations to go over the death row. I think all of that was part of whatever it was that ended up in the death of Big. And I think that's why Suge keeps saying if you solve one, you solve them both. Right? Because I think that you said the play in California is to go in. Oh, Miller, you going back to, okay, so let me finish with this real quick. You said, I don't think Puff would have okayed that. No one is killing that. He was getting ready to leave Just V. There was talks and rumors of Big trying to leave. And then he was doing stuff with the publishing with the other groups that he was, because Puff was taking so much of his money. And so remember it was some type of negotiation that they thought was about to happen with Craig Mack. Remember, Suge was trying to get Craig Mack. And then Craig Mack said he felt like he was about to be set up. Remember? And so he was like, he didn't feel comfortable no more. He felt like that he was about to get set up and something was about to pop off. You said, I don't think Suge okay Pop or Puff okay Big. I don't think Pop. I don't. I think that happened is a result of how things happen. I think Puff set that up. I think that was Puff's conspiracy. He did set that up. I think that Keefe D staged it and facilitated and staging it in such a way that it made it look like this all started from a beef, but because of his nephew. I think his nephew was sent over there to initiate some type of agitation in order to kickstart the beef, to be a decoy to the situation and say this was gang related. This wasn't the people at the top. Because remember, Mob James' testimony was, we are the people who are prepared to go to prison. So if something goes down, we're going to go to prison. Right? So I feel like, yeah, but this was before he went into the cult. Just be. All of them people around Craig Puff ass and went to some type of spiritualness after they done been around his ass. Okay? That says something. All of them people that been around Puff immersed themselves in some type of spirituality after being around him. So I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Let's see. I don't think that Suge okay Pac. I don't. I think that was what Puff intended to get for the Keefe and them. They were supposed to go in. They were supposed to, and I think that Orlando, Baby Lane was to set it off that night to create an illusion to why this started. And so he did something to agitate. No one approaching. They are like a lot of people say, they know who you are. You approach it a certain way. You know something is going to escalate. Something is going to happen. You said he was trying to party with them. They had to find religion, deep religion off in the wood. Listen, they wanted to find something far away from civilization after having to do with this boy. I don't know what it was about, but all of them people went loon. Loon went into a place. Then Justin Bieber spent all that time. Now Justin Bieber got over there with them crazy ass what's them people because that's a crazy whole thing too. What's the name? Because I studied that too. It's so I can't think of it. I looked and researched on that one too. But Justin Bieber ended up over there with them crazy people doing all that crazy stuff. Hillsong. Justin Bieber ends up over there entangled all of that crazy mess. Like they are all these people. They go seek some kind of religion after being around and near this nigga. And Sean, Mace became the pastor. Like they all going to go search some type of. Sean was right. He said he need to be near the crucifixion and the resurrection. He can't take it no more. Like, yes. So I'm just saying, like, I don't put nothing past him, and I think that is right. It is not a coincidence that all of this stuff was thrown up. All of these people got these stories. It's some connection to Puff with the rental of the vehicles that was rented on that night. And it's just insane. It's something did go down. Something I think was coordinated. And that's why Mob James saying I can't talk about it. Because Keefe and Suge, even though they weren't good afterwards, they made it good. And I think the making it good was getting big. And even if they just coordinated, like the idea of Big is about to try to not sign back to Puff and all of that, like had all of that stuff going on, and then the making them aware of what he was doing with what Big was doing with the publishing with his other artists, to make sure that Puff didn't interfere with his cut, and that's, that is one of the things I think that Cam talks about often. Like when Mace, because of what Mace got himself entangled in, that when he got involved with things through Big, it was done in a way to make sure that he didn't get taken advantage of in the way that all those other artists were getting taken advantage of. Because by the time Mace came along, they knew what Puff was doing and how he was raping his artists. Some of them metaphorically, but some of them literally, right? And so they knew that that's what was happening. And so Cam talks about him having a whole total different experience, because his thing wasn't really with Puff, it was with Big. And so I don't know. If Puff thought the money was getting ready to leave, what do you do? We done seen all of what he done did. He kidnaps people. He takes people and threatens to throw them in the lake. You said Mace seems to be in a good place. He seems happy and rich. Yes. Originally, I think that there was some hiccups for him, but now he seems like much better. I think there's something about Mace that feels like it was some vindication, that even though he might not have really necessarily wanted him in prison like that, he wanted him to be accountable for something. Miller, you said the play in California is to go into a shelter, and that way your housing assistance can get expedited. Yes, Miller. Yeah, you said that's the whole play in California, especially the LA area. Yes, and I think that's in a few places that it's like that, Miller. Not just in California. I think it's some more states where that is the case too. You said I'm behind in the chat. It's okay. Yeah. So yeah, that is a thing. And so that is probably, you said I need a live about Brian Carn. Oh my goodness. Yes. I need to do Brian Carn, Miller. I need to do Brian Carn catch up. We need to do Larry Reed catch up. Right? Because we are behind with that Larry Reed, Bernard Jordan stuff. We need to do the Brian Carn. So I maybe in the next few days, I will try to get a little bit focused on that. But I wanted to come and talk to y'all today about that situation, because that really bothered me when I heard that from Javon this morning, y'all. It really did. Like, I got a heart for the babies, whether it's babies that I touch every day, whether it's babies that I see every now and then, or it's babies just around the world. And when I see that they being disturbed by the activities of adults, that shit bothers me. You said, I think sometimes it's enough that other people recognize someone as the devil when you have been saying it for the long. Yes, just me. Yes. And I think that is the type of feeling that Mace has right now. It's like I was saying this, and now, did I necessarily want him to be put in jail? I don't know. But I'm glad that he's having some level of accountability, some kind of responsibility. And so that will do it. That will do it for somebody. Because like I said, nobody, as bad as the community, the culture talks about Clive Davis, and how he was so evil, and how he did use these contracts to do this, that, and the other. Well, Puff did the same thing, and the people make excuses for him doing that to his own people, like the same kind of things that they try to accuse Clive Davis of doing. That they might have a little proof, but some of it is them. I'm not saying Clive didn't do it, but some of it is like a little bit conspiracy, because some of it is not actually proven, right? And but I'm not saying that he didn't do it. I'm just saying that it wasn't proven, right? But the things that they are accusing Clive of, it is proven that Puff has done them. And they give Diddy this pass to do that to his own people. It's so bizarre and crazy. You said Diddy only had to do 3 years. As long as he doesn't die, it's a drop in the bucket of time. Diddy has lived yes. And the only other thing is, if somehow this Keefe D thing comes back to bite him in some kind of way. Because, like I said, I think that Spiro that lawsuit, the state lawsuit against Diddy, I think that it has some more purpose than just a civil suit. I think it is to get some more discovery, to try to see if they can connect some more things that could potentially lead to some type of criminal thing. So listen, you said, when are we talking about Lindsay Clancy? Okay, let me try to see if I can go, because I haven't gotten too into that, because I want to look at Nick Reiner. I want to look at that. And then it was just this new indictment for Penn State, for Penn State officials. So I wanted to look at that one too. And then y'all know Dirt is about to start. You know, Yella Beezy is about to start. What's today? Tomorrow, one of them starts. Is it Dirt? Does the jury selection start for Dirt tomorrow? Because I know one of them was the 20th. Let me see. We were supposed to read Evil Twins, and we didn't get to do that. Hold on one second. Okay, so the trial date was delayed and new start date set for the 25th. So wait a minute, no. That was old. Hold on. On Thursday the 20th, jury selection will begin. I'm sorry, I was reading the wrong thing. That was something that was back from February that I was reading. So yes. So the jury selection for Little Dirt starts tomorrow. And then Yella Beezy jury selection starts the 24th. Hold on. I don't know why this thing always want to give me trouble when I ask this question. The 24th. Yes. Okay. So Yella Beezy is the 24th. So we got Dirk. No. So they are saying jury selection starts Monday. Did they switch anything up in the last couple of days? If they made a change in the last couple of days, I'm not sure. Just be. But according to how it was the last I checked, and when I'm just checking now, it's saying jury selection starts tomorrow for Dirt. And then jury selection for Yella Beezy starts Monday. So let me see. 20, 21. So Monday is Yella Beezy. This coming Monday, jury selection starts for Yella Beezy. And then tomorrow, they say jury selection starts for Dirt. So we got a whole bunch of stuff running in. So let me see what I can conjure up, y'all. I got to see. You said I know nothing about Yella Beezy other than me either, but Tears has looked into that, and she wanted me to discuss that, look into it. And I'm really, you want to know what? I'm into looking into this one, because then I can look at this with a fresh pair of eyes as somebody who really doesn't know much. Because then that allows me to just look at the evidence and what's in court to see how I feel about it. Because it was that Mode 3 that stuff was such a rabbit hole. I could not. It's the same way just be that I had to stop really paying attention to coverage over Nolan Wells. I'm paying attention to I had to stop talking about it. Let me say that. I'm paying attention to the coverage. But I had to stop talking about it because I have some feelings about what I think has been done with the investigation that are probably not really that popular. And I don't want to really criticize it at this point, but I do feel like something did happen with the Nolan Wells situation, that there's something weird that happened. And what I definitely believe is that this case is being handled differently, because when I had done the video that I did right after they announced his body was found, nobody is saying that the incident had to be racially motivated, right? That might not be racially motivated. It could be something that was an accident, something that just occurred, some freak situation, right? But what we do know is that when it comes to investigations to what happened to people of color when things like this happen, they are handled differently. And that is what makes it racial. That's where the racial component comes in. The racial component for me comes in how they are handled, not necessarily what happened. Was race the motivator in what happened? It's how it's handled after, how they go about the investigation after. And at that point, that's when I start to see that that this is influenced by race. Because had there been some different racial components, if it had been reversed around, if it had been some other situations, we would have seen some different actions, more immediate, right? And I feel like that when we have a situation where you have college white boys that do anything, that the system does not think that that is an emergency. They don't think it is so that there needs to be a rush to find out what went on. That there needs to be no urgency about taking certain kinds of steps to make sure that you secure whatever evidence is there, so that you can properly say that we fully investigated the situation. And so while I don't think that the crime, if there was one, and what happened to Nolan may have been racially motivated, I do believe that how it was handled afterwards definitely was impacted by what color Nolan was, what color those people who were seen with him in the last hours of his life were. And I understand why parents of color do not trust law enforcement, given the history of this country, to conduct honest, open, transparent investigations. I understand that. At the same time, I think that there are some things that may have been done by how the organizations that the parents chose to intervene, that there are some things that may have been done that could end up effing up this investigation and will help to get these boys off if something foul was done. I think the way that they went about it and it happened, that at the end of the day, the intervention that did take place on the behalf of the people who Nolan's parents called in, that it could potentially assist in people getting away if something foul did happen. You said, I don't know what happened to Nolan. I don't know anything more than I knew when it first happened. I don't think Ben Crump should have done that press conference. There was no precise info produced by the private autopsy. I think they should have been working inside. Yeah, exactly. And I think there needs to be some, this is just my opinion, in my world, but I think because this history does this country does have a history of not being as transparent and not properly investigating crimes that come to people of color that is well documented and proven. I think that it is reasonable to say that we want to have some independent investigators, but I think that maybe there needs to be some type of coordination where they are able to work alongside those people who are already working. I don't know, and I know that a lot of times that's the purpose of bringing the feds in. Like, the feds are normally used as the agency that will come in order to oversee in situations, especially in state situations where there has been some trouble with things like that, right? But I understand, I look at, because On the Dark Side of the Street is one of my favorite books, but it's about Reese Taylor. And I tell people all the time, Rosa Parks did something way more important than just go sit on a bus, right? Rosa Parks was chosen as the test case to go sit on the bus the way that she did, because Rosa Parks had a lot of prominence in the NAACP. and her first case was with Reese Taylor and the rape of Reese Taylor. And Reese Taylor was raped by white men. And she was sent to this dark town in Alabama to go investigate this as a woman. Her life was threatened. She was going against, like Rosa Parks didn't just sit on a bus. Okay? That ain't all she did. She put her life in harm's way. And that is why she had the respect that she did, because she went into places and investigated things that other people were scared to go, even men. And that whole thing with Reese Taylor was a very dangerous situation for Rosa Parks to walk into at that time. But she was the one who stayed there, and she vowed to stay there to oversee that investigation, and that it be properly investigated. Like, so I always talk about, that's one. And so I understand that that's the history of this country. Unfortunately, you said a short status update would have been better. We didn't receive the lungs, blah, blah. Well, update as we receive more exact info. The press conference pushed the message that the findings were suspicious, but I don't think that's what the doctor said. Listen, I think that throat was held back. Because they said the throat wasn't there, right? That's what Crump said. I think it was held back because I think it is something suspicious that the official investigation may have found, and they held that back so that they could do what they needed to do. I think it's being spun like it was some type of foul thing, but I don't know if it was foul. I think this is part of the official investigators doing the proper investigation. You said yes, sorry, though. Yeah, not yeah. So, that's just my opinion. Other people might think something different, but that's my opinion, and that's why I said, like, I'm trying to wait into some more, because it's been so much like fake stuff put out here, so much. And like I said, that's how I was feeling also with Yella Beezy with the Mo 3, and that was why I was like, I'm gonna just wait until whatever happens, if something happens, because you never know. We never knew whether we were going to find anything out about that, just like we never really found nothing out about Kanika Jenkins. You know what I'm saying? So that Mo 3 was the thing. It was like, okay, we don't even know if we ever going to find anything out about this. And so now I'm like, okay, I can look at this. I can look at the evidence with a fresh set of eyes and not be tainted by all of the things that have been discussed on the internet, you know? So that's why I was like, yeah, you say, right, they are investigating a drowning. And then you say they kept the parts necessary to investigate a drowning. The doctor said that, and he said, yes, I really believe that. And so I think that but this is the thing, when you consider the boys that were with Nolan when this occurred, and if it was something foul that did happen, consider their social standings in the community, consider who their parents are. The stuff that this independent investigation has done, in my opinion, gives those boys and their family a whole lot of room to make this look like nothing happened, to make it look like that they are being set up. Like, that's how I feel about it. Like, I feel like, yes, to a degree, I understand people of color needing and wanting to have independent investigations, wanting to have independent examinations of the body and all of that. But I think some kind of way, we got to find a way how we can coordinate that in sync with the official investigations, because when the chain of custody and evidence and all of that stuff gets mixed up like this, you are potentially giving the accused, right, a way out. And one of the boys, his mother is a judge. You don't think that she's already looking at how things are going and figuring out? Of course, she's going to have to hire and they already have hired legal representation, but you don't think they already are looking for some kind of way to look at how this investigation has been going to get this like thrown out on some type of technicality or something. I don't like the way that this has gone. You said people thought nothing was being done after the Idaho murder. Yes, just be yes. And they were wrong. Idaho might not be Mississippi, but it's probably not too far. Yes, they thought nothing was being done, right? And so sometimes you're not going to get the immediate answers you want. You gotta let the thing play out. But like I said, it's like you get stuck. They get stuck in between a rock and a hard place, because the reason why people of color do feel like that in this country is because of what has been done in the past and what continues to be done even now. And so I can understand that feeling. But I just think that the steps that have been made could potentially be the ones that end up freeing these boys in the event that something does get discovered. I'm sorry. You said I'm protecting my kids as soon as someone says their name. Black people need to learn to do right. Because you can't fault them for doing that. You can't fault them for doing that. What I fault is the system's response. The system does not respond the same to both things. So the same way how, immediately when something is happening to someone and the hue of the individuals are a different color and you immediately look at them like suspects, that's how you should treat these boys. I expect the parents to protect. I do. Even though I feel like, and I can't say this for sure, I mean, I've had some situations where I've had to hold my children, namely one of my kids, into account for legal situations, and I made him be accountable for what he did. But I can't say, because I haven't been in this kind of situation, but I would want to think that if I thought, like, to me as a parent, I would be kind of suspicious if my child, if I'm looking at this, right? And I would be saying to my child, like, you need to tell me what happened. Because I honestly I think that whatever may have happened could have really been an accident, even if they tried to conceal it. That's how I kind of feel. I feel like maybe they tried to conceal that it happened because they were afraid that they would be accused of something. But I don't know if they actually did something. Maybe what was done, and then they were afraid and tried to conceal and cover it up because they knew that they would probably be accused of doing something. The same kind of situation that you saw with Murdaugh. Remember how when you look at the podcast for the Murdaugh situation, and what was the one that got killed? What was the Murdaugh, the son that was killed? Wait a minute. Paul, right? Paul. So Paul Murdaugh, right? Remember, you said the Low Country. You said the cover up is worse than the crime. They were drinking and probably doing drugs. Yeah, yes, Justin. That's what I think, and I think that something happened, and then they tried to cover it up. What this sounds similar to me, and that's why I brought up the Murdaugh situation. What it sounds like to me is when we looked at the Murdaugh case, right? It started with many podcasters talking about the boat crash that killed Mallory Beach, remember? And it was a lot of mystery surrounding that. That's what this reminds me of, something, not the same exact thing, but just something similar, right? That you had this situation, you got Paul Murdaugh, he takes his dad's boat out, and then he's drunk and doing all of this stuff. Something happens, and then Mallory is dead. And look at all of the cover-up and stuff that they tried to do so that Paul Murdaugh and the Murdaugh family was not responsible for that. Before it gets to the murder of Paul and his mom, Murdaugh, you have that boat incident that takes place. It was several things when you listen through the podcast that they talked about that occurred and how the Murdaugh family was getting away with these little crimes here and there, unalivings and stuff, right? But that was the first thing that they said catapulted how this crime story starts, is that boat crash and Paul being the cause of it. And so you said, but he got you said that part of South Carolina is called the Low Country. I can't believe he lucked up into a new trial. Yes, girl, but he got 1 trillion years from the fraud. So I guess, right. So it's still no hope that he getting out, from whatever. But yes, it is crazy that he got another trial. But once again, somebody intervening and doing some shit that they didn't have no business. And now, this man gets another stab. Another stab at it. It's crazy. But with the situation with Nolan made me think about that Murdaugh boat crash and how Mallory got killed in that. And then every time they were trying to find out the details, all of the stuff, and then it was always this covering up. And that's how I'm kind of looking at this situation with Nolan. To me, it seems like it's something like that. No, I do not think that him being on there, it was racially motivated. Every situation like this is not motivated by race. Even if they got into an argument or whatever, it doesn't mean that it was motivated by race. But I think the way that this was being handled has been affected by systems of white supremacy, because this is the thing that makes Black people not trust the investigations, these official investigations. And so then sometimes they intervene and they end up making a big mess. And I really think that's what happened. You said you think that lady knows Sly Fox. I need her phone. She might do. She might do. That lady was leaking all kinds of things, because I think it was something also that had been given to there was something about something in the transcript that wasn't redacted that was sent out to Lauren of Hidden True Crime. And Lauren was hidden, how like most of the content creators, when they get the documents, they know some of the stuff is redacted, but they'll also go back and look through to see, like, maybe if they missed something. Well, this is what really made the people mad at Lauren and Lauren and Hidden True Crime, was because they felt like Lauren knew damn well that she was not supposed to release that piece of information, but because it was something exclusive, she did it anyway. And let me tell you, them white people, see, people of color, we indulge all that stuff. Them white people over there was not happy about that. They wasn't. Because they looked at it like you know that what you did could have potentially had an issue and could have caused some interference with that trial. She was down at the trial acting. Yes. So you said, but didn't they say she was straight up telling the jury that he was good? Yes. Yes. So I don't know, Justin B. I hate that he got a new trial too. But when the thing with Murdaugh, with that boat crash, it made me think about the Nolan situation. And that's why I was like, let me wait and see like all of what is found and what they discover, because I don't think that the incident that took place had anything to do with race, but I understand the Black community's response and having an official investigation conducted. I understand them thinking that, this difference in how you decide to go after what you think are potential suspects when they are a different color, how that impacts things. I think that the way that this went, in order to try to prevent all of that, could have ended up actually destroying the case. And that's how I feel about it. But yup. So let's get off here. Let's try to see if we can get caught up to KPD, especially with me now knowing that we got dirt coming actually really tomorrow. I forgot about that again. So that's just jury selection though. So I don't know how much access or what information we'll be able to hear back on that. But we'll be on the lookout for it. So It was good talking to you guys. Miller, I will get caught up with Karn and Larry Reed so that we can have a funny over that. You said Alex said he was taking 100 Xanax a day. Is that listen, I don't know how he's still alive. Right, yes. I don't know how he's still alive doing that. I mean, I think 10 would be enough to put you underground, but 100, that's crazy. That is absolutely crazy, right? But I will be back to talk to you guys soon. I'm about to cook my dinner and try to listen to some of the Keep PD stuff and try to get myself prepared so that I can get into the office tomorrow, you guys, because I stayed home again today because of my knee. So I'm gonna make myself in tomorrow because I know my people miss me. And I will talk to you guys soon. Love y'all. Peace.